Chapter 709. Damn it! Wuxiang cursed angrily. He had already experienced the might of this sandstorm. In fact, he could have used his great emperor's will to protect himself and survive. However, if he did so, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin would be in trouble. Right at this moment, whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Jiang Tianjin, who was in the middle, was swept away by the sandstorm. What? Wuxiang was startled. Soon, he realized that Jiang Tianjin had used up a lot of his great emperor's will when fighting against the bandit leaders. Therefore, he had used it very carefully. And because of Jiang Tianjin's mistake, he was the first to be blown away. Yi Xian, if this continues, both of us will exhaust our great emperor's will. We can only give up and follow the direction of the sandstorm. That's the only way to survive. Wuxiang shouted. Understood. Yi Xian's face turned gloomy. Next, he used his great emperor's will to protect himself and stopped the impact. Whoosh whoosh. The sandstorm of death swept him away as well. In the sandstorm, one had to follow the direction of the sandstorm. If one went against it, they would only die miserably. Fortunately, he had the dual space. His body was also of the wind attribute. Under the situation where he followed the wind, his survival ability was not lower than Wuxiang's. I can only leave it to fate. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he followed the sandstorm. Next, he used his great emperor's will very carefully. Normally, he would use his Zhenqi and profound. Although his great emperor's will could recover quickly, he still had to be careful. Even if there were wind blades, as long as they did not injure his vitals, he would not defend and let the tree of life recover on its own. In the death sandstorm, it was pitch black. He could no longer see Wuxiang, and he had no idea where Jiang Tianjin had been swept away to. At this moment, he could not care so much. He could only protect himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sandstorm continued to spin and move, sweeping in countless sand and dust. Fortunately, Yi Xian's throbbing earth pulse had increased to 64 layers. As long as he merged his great emperor's will into the 64 layers, he would be able to block the fatal wind blades. Normally, he would only need to use the normal 64-layered pulsating guard. Another minute passed. In this 1 minute, Yi Xian had lost count of how many times he had followed the deadly sandstorm. Most people would feel dizzy, but he was full of energy. After all, he had stayed in He Yan's gravitational space for a full 10 days. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned. He suddenly felt the death sandstorm slowing down. Was it about to stop? Immediately, his eyes lit up. It seemed that he should be able to survive. He just didn't know how the others would fare. Huff huff. His intuition was right. The death sandstorm had indeed begun to weaken, and the wind blade attacks had also lessened. He continued to rotate with the death sandstorm at the same speed as the rotation speed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly infused the great emperor's will into the 64 pulsatile guards. Boom! The death sandstorm suddenly exploded, and the powerful shockwave instantly sent Yi Xian flying. PFFF. Even with the great emperor's will infused into the 64 pulsatile guards, Yi Xian was still severely injured. His head buzzed, and he could only feel that his body was in a weightless state. His entire body was covered in sand. By the time Yi Xian reacted, he found himself in a sand pit. This sand pit was constantly swallowing him up. Not good. Yi Xian immediately woke up. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly used the profound meaning of ground shrink. In the death desert, the death sand pits were also very terrifying. This was because one couldn't fly here. If one accidentally fell into these death sand pits, the quicksand would constantly swallow one's body and bury one in the endless desert. If it was ordinary sand, ordinary martial artists could easily escape. However, this wasn't ordinary sand. Only Void God Realm great emperors or those who had comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrink could escape easily. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had both of them, so he escaped from the quicksand. I'm finally out. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His luck was really bad. It was his first time entering the death desert, and he actually encountered such a terrifying thing. He glanced at his current attire, which could only be described as appalling. After all, during the sandstorm of death, his arms and legs had been cut off several times, and even his waist had been cut off several times. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have survived. I wonder how senior brother Wuxiang and the others are doing. Yixian looked around and didn't feel any powerful aura. He jumped up and looked around. There was only sand piles around him. There was no one. Let's look around first. Yixian changed into a clean set of clothes and started looking for survivors. Just now, he was sent flying by the super shockwave of the death sandstorm. However, the direction his feet were facing when he landed was the direction he flew from. Therefore, he quickly started searching. Even he was sent flying by the shockwave. It was the same for the others. However, it was still uncertain if they could survive. Yixian started to wander around. The death desert was filled with earth attribute Yuan Qi. He directly raised a 1-meter-wide dirt road and started searching. After searching for a while, he found a corpse first. However, it was the corpse of a desert bandit. The sand of the death desert has the effect of hiding aura. What a pity! Yixian shook his head helplessly. This desert bandit's corpse was only 1/3 complete. He didn't know where the yin and yang ring had flown to. If it had fallen into the sand pile, he wouldn't be able to find it. He continued to search. A few minutes later, he found a second corpse. This time, the corpse was someone he recognized. It was the corpse of a rank 8 martial king from the Sword God Palace. Even Wuxiang, a rank 3 great emperor, wasn't 100% sure that he could survive the death sandstorm. Yixian was lucky enough to survive. As for those who weren't Void God Realm great emperors, they could only rely on luck. If there was one corpse, there would be a second one. A few minutes later, Yixian found a total of 4 corpses of the Sword God Palace's disciples. There were also a few corpses of desert bandits. However, at this moment he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Void God Realm Great Emperor? He frowned because he didn't know if this Void God Realm Great Emperor was a desert bandit, Wuxiang, or Jiang Tianjin. Therefore, he hurriedly concealed his aura and escaped into the sand. The bandit leader who fought with Wuxiang earlier was also a rank 3 great emperor. His strength wasn't bad. If Yixian encountered him now with his current realm, Yixian wouldn't be able to do anything to the bandit leader in a short time. He could only rely on guerrilla warfare. Chapter 7:10. However, when he saw the face of the empty God Realm Great Emperor, he jumped out of the sand. Senior brother Wuxiang. Yixian hurriedly called out. The newcomer was not the desert bandit leader, but the son of the Tai sword god Wuxiang. Junior brother Yi. I'm glad you're okay. Wuxiang ran over with a pale face. His white robe was stained with blood. The death sandstorm had brought him a lot of trouble. Although the metal defense that had merged with the great emperor's will was very strong, he had been swept away for a few minutes and consumed a lot of his great emperor's will. Senior brother Wuxiang. I saw 4 corpses along the way, Yixian hurriedly said. Wuxiang sighed. Don't blame yourself. This is the death sandstorm. It's too ferocious. Those below the Void God Realm can only rely on luck. Even those experienced bandits couldn't escape. Let's search again and see if there are any survivors. All right. Yixian nodded. With the addition of Wuxiang, Yixian was no longer afraid of encountering the desert bandit leader. Instead, he hoped to encounter him. However, this group of desert bandits generally walked on the ground. At that time, Wuxiang only found those desert bandits with weaker strength. The two searched for a while but did not find anything. Instead, they saw many corpses that seemed to belong to the desert caravan. Yixian, stop. Suddenly, Wuxiang shouted. Yixian paused and said, Senior brother Wuxiang, what's wrong? There's a very strong aura. It might be the desert bandit leaders. Wuxiang quickly squatted down and gently climbed to a sand dune. He poked his head out to take a look. There was a group of people in front of him. There were more than 10 desert bandits wearing white scarves and more than 10 people wearing different clothes. Wuxiang squinted and said, Jiang Tianjin is also caught? Yixian was startled. He looked over and sure enough, Jiang Tianjin was also in the group. His body was stained with blood and seemed to be seriously injured. At the same time, There were also the desert bandit leader and 4 other leaders among the bandits. Among the others, there were 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace. The rest were strangers. Yi Xian had never seen them before. The bandit leader who fought with me just now was actually standing behind someone. It seems that the strength of the person in front is not to be underestimated. Wu Shang said in a low voice. At least a third-order great emperor. Yi Xian understood Wu Shang's meaning. In this world, the strong were respected. For a third-order great emperor to walk behind someone, it meant that the other party's status was higher than his. If it's just that desert bandit leader, I can deal with him alone. However, there's still a third-order great emperor and several Void God Realm great emperors. The 2 of us are no match for them. Wu Shang shook his head. Although Yi Xian didn't want to save Jiang Tianjin, there were 2 disciples of Sword God Palace among the people held hostage by the bandits. One of them was from Ba Huang Palace, so he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. Senior brother Wu Shang, what should we do now? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Wait, Wu Shang replied. Although these bandits can burrow into the ground, their captives can't. Therefore, they have to walk back to their nest. Then, should we launch a sneak attack and rescue them by force? Yi Xian asked. And Yi Xian still frowned. But the bandits can just steal the Qian Kuan ring. What's the point of capturing people? Throw them away and become slaves. Look at them. They are wearing a special kind of shackle that can restrict their use of true qi. Even Void God Realm great emperors won't be able to use their great emperor willpower if they're shackled. Wu Shang explained. Slaves. Yi Xian was shocked. Void God Realm great emperors were using them as slaves? What was that for? Slaves are popular in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. They will use a special method to carve the word slave on their faces, making them slaves for eternity. Even if you peel off their skin, when new skin grows, the word slave will still be engraved on their face. These slaves are usually bought by some family forces. They can be used as sparring partners or sent out to carry out missions. Wu Shang continued. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was fantasizing about carving the word slave on Jiang Tianjin's face. How cool would that be? However, there were 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace beside Jiang Tianjin. Hence, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Let's go. Follow them carefully. Don't be discovered. Wu Shang took the lead and followed them. Fortunately, they were in the Death Desert. There were countless sand dunes for them to hide in. In addition, the 2 of them concealed their auras. Hence, it was difficult for the bandits to discover them. The 2 of them followed behind the group of bandits and moved forward. After more than half an hour, the 2 of them suddenly saw the group of bandits jump into a huge sand pit. It seems that that's their nest. Let's wait for a while. Wu Shang said. Waiting for a while was to let the bandits lower their guard. After the group of bandits jumped in, the huge sand pit closed. It seemed that there was an Earth Attribute King or Great Emperor controlling it. However, Yi Xian and Wu Shang had already memorized the location. Yi Xian, use Earth Shrinking and bring me to investigate. Wu Shang turned around and said. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he brought Wu Shang into the sand and slowly approached. The huge sand pit was the main camp of the bandits. However, there were at least 2 third-stage Great Emperors inside. Hence, they had to be careful. The sand pit was a passageway that looked like a well. It was a kilometer deep. Yi Xian used Earth Shrinking to rush to one side of the wall and broke a small hole. I heard that the bandits built a castle underground. This path should lead to that castle. Wu Shang poked his head out to take a look. He didn't see anyone. But we don't know where the captives are. Yi Xian replied. Yes, hence we can't rescue them by force. Wu Shang nodded and said, otherwise, I'll lure the 2/3 stage Great Emperors away. You use Earth Shrinking to investigate and then rescue them. This is the main camp of the bandits. They will check for danger from time to time. It's safer to use Earth Shrinking here. In truth, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the poisonous scorpions and snakes in the sand. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Senior brother Wu Shang, can you do it alone? Yi Xian asked. If it wasn't for the death sandstorm, that bandit leader would have been killed by me. It won't be a problem for me to hold back the two of them. With your strength, I estimate that you can fight against second-stage great emperors. However, this time we're not going to clear out the bandits' nest. We're going to rescue them. As long as we rescue them, we'll meet at the place where we first met. Wuxiang explained his plan. All right. Chapter 7:11. Yi Xian did not want to save Jiang Tianjin, but with Wuxiang and two other disciples of Sword God Palace, he could not sit back and do nothing. Then you hide here, I will kill my way out. Remember, we are saving people, not wiping out a bandit nest. Wuxiang reminded him again. Senior brother Wuxiang, don't worry. Even if I can't win, escaping is not a problem. Yi Xian said confidently. Although these bandits were proficient in the earth-burrowing technique, how could they compare to a true earth-burrowing technique? Yi Xian's speed was several times faster than theirs. In that case, I will go, Wuxiang said and rushed out. As for Yi Xian, he quickly circled around to the other side of the well. How dare you, bandits, come out and die, Wuxiang shouted as he leaped down. There were two desert bandits guarding the bottom of the well, but as soon as they reacted, they were killed without a single scratch. There was no hesitation at all. Wuxiang's voice was deafening, and the entire underground castle shook. When he landed, many bandits surrounded him. How dare you rush in? Who are you? One of the bandits asked in shock. Humph. You kidnapped my companion. Can't you recognize me? Wuxiang shouted and raised his sword. In the next moment, the bandit was cut in half. Not only that, but the other bandits were not spared either. Wuxiang was a third-order great emperor. Even a second-order great emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Only a third-order great emperor could fight against him, and it was only a fight. Wuxiang's voice was very loud. Soon, the Void God Realm Great Emperor bandits would come out. Since they were all bandits, he would kill them one by one. The more bandits Wuxiang killed, the lower the chances of Yi Xian being discovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already started to move. He used the earth-burrowing technique to travel through the walls. The bandit nest was quite big. Yi Xian first looked around to see if he could find the slaves that were about to be sold. Rumble! Just as he was shuttling through the bandit's lair, a loud noise came from outside. It seemed that Wuxiang was already fighting with the bandit leader. Yi Xian also hastened his footsteps. Now, he did not use ground shrink and directly entered. Coincidentally, two desert bandits passed by and saw him. Who's there? A desert bandit shouted. But in the next moment, he saw two cold flashes of light. Then, his head and that of the other bandit flew into the air. Yi Xian quickly chased after them and took their universe rings. Although Yi Xian's speed was fast, he had to come out to take a look every time. It wasn't as practical as using world walking. After all, Yi Xian's dexterity had advanced 4 times, and he could use double space acceleration. Thus, world walking was more useful than world walking in this situation. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Rather than looking for it himself, it would be more convenient to ask the desert bandits. Coincidentally, the second group of people he met after coming out was actually a Void God Stage Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader. Kid, you're courting death, the bandit leader shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was known to be invincible. A mere first-order Great Emperor was nothing to him. Double space acceleration. Great Emperor intent. In the next moment, the bandit leader's body stiffened and he could not move. What? The bandit leader was shocked. He could feel that Yi Xian's Great Emperor intent was similar to his, but their strength was worlds apart. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of him and said, "Where are the slaves you captured? Bastard! Kill me if you have the guts." The bandit leader would rather die than comply. Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian glared and the pressure of double space acceleration began to increase. The bandit leader could only feel his head buzzing. It would not be long before his head was crushed. I'll talk. I'll talk. The bandit leader smelled the scent of death and quickly changed his mind. Speak. Yi Xian shouted coldly. There are 2 paths behind me. Just take the left one. The bandit leader said hurriedly. Yi Xian glanced at the bandit leader. There were indeed two paths behind the bandit leader. Yi Xian immediately swung his sword. Sila! The bandit leader's head flew. He thought that if he spoke, Yi Xian would not kill him. Yi Xian quickly removed the bandit leader's interspatial ring and rushed towards the left path. His speed was very fast, faster than a third-order great emperor. Not long after, he saw a prison. There was a group of people inside, about 40 to 50 of them. Jiang Tianjin? Yi Xian looked over and saw Jiang Tianjin's miserable figure. However, outside this prison, there were two bandit leaders guarding it. Who's there? The two bandit leaders noticed Yi Xian, but in the next moment they were unable to move. Although this bandit group was not bad and had two third-order great emperors, there was only one second-order great emperor. He was one of Jiang Tianjin's opponents. The two bandit leaders guarding the prison were only first-order great emperors. Yi Xian used all his strength to execute dual space and killed both of them. He quickly swept over and collected the two's interspatial rings. He then turned around and glared. Pong! The prison's special lock exploded and the prison door opened. Then, the people inside came out one after another. However, they had special shackles on their bodies. If they were not opened, they were just a group of ordinary people with stronger physiques. Even an ordinary virtual god could kill them. Little brother, are you here to save us? Little brother, quickly release us. Let's kill our way out. These damn bandits. We have more than 10 Void God Realm Great Emperors and a third-order Great Emperor. Let's kill them together. The group of people shouted. Yi Xian did not care about them. He quickly broke the shackles on Jiang Tianjin and the two Sword God Palace disciples and threw them 3 middle-grade Void God weapons. Yi Xian, where's senior brother Wushang? A Sword God Palace disciple asked. He lured the two third-order Great Emperors away. I'm here to save you, Yi Xian said as he released the shackles on some of the people around him and threw them some middle-grade Void God weapons. When these people were captured, they were shackled and their interspatial rings were taken away. Hence, the weapons they had accumulated for many years were gone. However, compared to weapons, their lives were more important. Soon, these people were released from their shackles. At the same time, they had weapons. Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. Chapter 7:12. Let's go. The two third-stage Great Emperors will be back soon. Let's go. Yi Xian did not waste any time and led the group out of the cave. There were 2 second-stage Great Emperors and 10 first-stage Great Emperors in the group. If they worked together, they could go against a third-stage Great Emperor. At this time, Jiang Tianjin approached with a smile and whispered, Tisk, TSK, are you interested in going with me? Yi Xian asked vigilantly, Where are we going? He understood that the current Jiang Tianjin was the evil Jiang Tianjin. Otherwise, how could he reveal such a smile? I heard from the desert bandits that there is a strange tree here. The tree bears fruit every year and the fruit can increase one's cultivation. Jiang Tianjin said with a wicked smile. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not believe Jiang Tianjin's nonsense. The evil Jiang Tianjin was harder to deal with than the cold Jiang Tianjin. Senior brother Wushang has already lured the 2/3 stage Great Emperors away. No one in the cave can stop us. Jiang Tianjin continued. Yi Xian paused and said to the 2 Sword God Palace disciples behind him, 2 senior brothers, follow the group and kill our way out. Senior brother Jiang and I need to go somewhere. Then, he told them the location where he would meet up with Wushang. Okay. The 2 Sword God Palace disciples nodded. Then, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin left the group. I don't know if Jiang Tianjin is telling the truth. However, we need to settle this today. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd stage Great Emperor, he had refined other Great Emperors' will to break through. He was weaker than Wushang and Wushang's opponent. He was only slightly stronger than a 2nd stage Great Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he had defeated Jiang Wenyue when he was a 9th grade king. Now that he had broken through to the empty god realm and obtained Great Emperor's will, he was not afraid of Jiang Tianjin. Most importantly, he had a killer move, the sword of annihilation reincarnation that he had learned after breaking through to the empty god realm. He had not used this move before, but its power was definitely stronger than the sword-shattering stars. "Where is the strange tree you were talking about?" Yi Xian could not help but ask as he stood far away from the crowd. "It's at the end of the other path." Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. "All right, lead the way." Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Tianjin smiled again and led the way. Along the way, they did encounter some unlucky desert bandits. All of them were killed by Yi Xian and their interspatial rings were taken away. Jiang Tianjin also took an interspatial ring to store things. It didn't take long for them to feel a powerful spiritual energy. There really was a supreme treasure in front of them. "I didn't expect Jiang Tianjin to be telling the truth," Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He thought Jiang Tianjin was looking for a place to kill him. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a shout came from the corner in front of them. Then, a bandit leader walked out. "Second stage Great Emperor, kill!" Jiang Tianjin shouted coldly as he glared at the bandit leader. Inextinguishable flames rose from the ground beneath the bandit leader's feet. The inextinguishable flames were infused with Jiang Tianjin's third stage Great Emperor's will. However, the bandit leader was not someone to be trifled with. He quickly dodged. However, in the next moment, he felt two waves of pressure sealing off his path of retreat. "Die!" Jiang Tianjin shot forward and sent the bandit leader flying with a slash. After all, he was a third-stage Great Emperor. Even if he had refined the will of a fallen Great Emperor, he was still stronger than an ordinary second-stage Great Emperor. After the bandit leader was sent flying, Yi Xian took care of him. Double space. 36 overlapping shadows. With the cooperation of the two, Yi Xian easily killed the bandit leader. Then, he quickly swept over and kept the bandit leader's interspatial ring. Jiang Tianjin looked at him quietly with a smile on his face. He did not say a word. This Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian threw the interspatial ring aside and narrowed his eyes as he pondered. The current Jiang Tianjin was very strange. He did not want a single cent of the spoils of a second-stage Great Emperor. After killing the bandit leader, Jiang Tianjin turned a corner and saw a red tree. What a strong flame aura! Jiang Tianjin's eyes narrowed. He instantly understood that this was a worldly treasure of the fire attribute. Coincidentally, he was also of the fire attribute. At this moment, Yi Xian had also swept over. "Split equally." Jiang Tianjin shouted in a low voice and quickly flew over. There were more than 10 fruits on the red tree. Yi Xian did not delay and quickly swept over to pick them. "Although this thing is useless to me, I can devour it." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and swallowed the red fruit. His cultivation base increased by a level. He estimated that the value of these two fruits was almost equal to the value of the interspatial ring he had just obtained. Even if he had to split it equally with Jiang Tianjin, he would at least get 8 fruits. At that time, he would be able to break through to the second-stage Great Emperor. However, Jiang Tianjin's gaze fell on Yi Xian. He revealed a sinister smile and suddenly attacked. Yi Xian, who was in the midst of collecting the red fruits, suddenly trembled and quickly retreated. Bang! The place where he had been standing just now suddenly exploded. Inextinguishable flames. Furthermore, it was the inextinguishable flames that had merged with the will of a great emperor. At this moment, only he and Jiang Tianjin were here. Therefore, the one who attacked him must be Jiang Tianjin. "So you're finally showing your foxtail?" Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian actually had this thought when Jiang Tianjin suggested it. When he took the second stage Great Emperor's interspatial ring, Jiang Tianjin did not say anything. This meant that he would most likely attack Yi Xian. Moreover, there were only the two of them here. It was the best time to attack. Yi Xian was prepared. Otherwise, Jiang Tianjin would have succeeded. Hee. How can I not take revenge for what you did to my father? Jiang Tianjin sneered. Revenge? Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. He said, "Speaking of revenge, have you forgotten what you did?" Of course not. But without the stimulation, would you have grown to this stage today? Jiang Tianjin smiled sinisterly. Indeed not. Yi Xian shook his head. If not for Jiang Tianjin's stimulation, he would not have improved so quickly. Jiang Tianjin was the one who forced him to do so. What a coincidence. Let's settle our grudges today. Jiang Tianjin slowly walked down with the mid-rank ethereal divine weapon that Yi Xian gave him. That's what I was thinking. Yi Xian took out the Wind Dragon Slash. He held the Wind Dragon Slash in his left hand and the 8 Desolate Sword in his right hand. This time, his opponent was a third-stage Great Emperor. Even if Jiang Tianjin was weaker than an ordinary third-stage Great Emperor, he was still stronger than a second-stage Great Emperor. Chapter 7:13. You'd better not show mercy. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Jiang Tianjin reminded him. I won't be the one to die. Yi Xian shook his head. Both of them were very confident. Jiang Tianjin was 2 realms above Yi Xian, so he was confident in defeating Yi Xian. Yi Xian was the same. The two of them were silent for a few seconds, then moved at the same time. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately used his special skill. After all, this was what he relied on to make a living. Fire clone. Jiang Tianjin also quickly condensed a fire clone made of inextinguishable flames behind Yi Xian, then attacked from both sides. Swish, swish. 2 sword lights brushed past Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's speed immediately exploded. Killing you won't be able to relieve my hatred. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. You're really hard to deal with. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly and quickly covered the surroundings with inextinguishable flames to block Yi Xian's attack. Don't forget, his attribute countered Yi Xian's. Bam! 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 Jiang Tianjin defeated the 36 overlapped images that combined the Great Emperor intent and 64 layers of the Earth Pulse. However, Jiang Tianjin's original body was restricted by the dual space, his speed reduced by 40%. In a battle between experts, the gap between them could be seen in just 1 round. Yi Xian had both restrictions and attacks, while Jiang Tianjin only had powerful attacks. The weapon in his hand was also trash. Apart from the suppression of realms, he had no advantage at all. Rumble. After the first round, a loud sound suddenly came from outside. Both of them couldn't help but be startled. Seems like an accident happened. Let's deal with Jiang Tianjin first. Yi Xian thought about it and discovered that another fire clone had appeared near him. 2 fire clones. No, 3 of them. Kid, I know you want revenge, but Jiang Tianjin, would rather die than let you do it. So, let's die together. Ever since Yi Xian had broken through to the Nihility God stage, Great Emperor stage, he knew that he would die at the hands of Yi Xian. Therefore, he was prepared to perish together with Yi Xian. Before Jiang Tianjin finished speaking, Yi Xian had already sensed the auras of the 3 flame clones growing stronger. He had seen this move before. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Tianjin's raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Dual space. The will of the Great Emperor. 36 overlapping shadows. Yi Xian was multitasking, preparing to destroy all 3 fire avatars. However, the difference between his Great Emperor will and Jiang Tianjin's was too great. He couldn't destroy the second fire clone, and even the first fire clone didn't explode from the pressure of the dual space. He only managed to destroy the third fire clone. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful energy swept out from within the cave. The raging flames incinerate the heavens combined with the Great Emperor will was extremely powerful. With 3 stacked together, even a 4th stage Great Emperor would fall, not to mention these stone walls that were only used to support the sand. When the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens were stacked together, the explosion could reach tens of thousands of meters, blowing up half of the bandits' lair. Hundreds of bandits were blown up, leaving nothing behind. The entire underground had become a vacuum, and the sand above had also been blown away. Not long after, the quicksand at the top surged in one after another. The mangrove tree and the fruit were also burned to a crisp by the inextinguishable flames. Jiang Tianjin had also disappeared without a trace. Cough, cough. Yi Xian, who was hit by the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens, did not die on the spot. This was because he had merged the Great Emperor will into the 64 layers of pulsating guard and the dual space. While defending, he used the repulsive and wind forces to resist the attacks. Even so, he was still on the verge of death. This attack was even more powerful than the death sandstorm from before. Damn Jiang Tianjin! Yi Xian quickly sat up, allowing the bloodline of the divine tree of life to heal his injuries. Then, he prepared to chase after Jiang Tianjin. After using the raging flames incinerate the heavens 3 times, Jiang Tianjin's true qi had most likely been depleted. At this moment, Yi Xian was very regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have plucked all the fruits on the mangrove tree. If he had broken through to the 2nd stage Great Emperor realm, the 3rd stage Great Emperor Jiang Tianjin would not be worth mentioning in front of him. Unfortunately, he had been careless. He felt that killing Jiang Tianjin in one blow was not enough to vent his hatred. That was why Jiang Tianjin had succeeded. It's about time. You want to run? Can you outrun me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to use earth shrinking to chase after Jiang Tianjin, a figure suddenly flew out from behind him. Who is it? Yi Xian turned around and saw a man in battle armor. In the next moment, he felt that he could not move. Great Emperor Will. Even Jiang Tianjin could not use his Great Emperor Will to suppress Yi Xian, but this man in battle armor could. This meant that he was at least a 4th stage Great Emperor. This was because even Wuxia could not use his Great Emperor Will to suppress him. 4th stage Great Emperor? Why is there a 4th stage Great Emperor here? Yi Xian was shocked. He suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Brat, did you cause this commotion? The man in battle armor asked with narrowed eyes. No, Yi Xian subconsciously replied. Even if it's not you, it has something to do with you. How dare you destroy the red flame tree? You made me come here for nothing. The man in battle armor was somewhat angry. Coming here for nothing? This allowed Yi Xian to guess that this man in battle armor was not a desert bandit. Could it be that he's here to buy slaves? This thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was very popular with slaves. Slaves who were caught would have a special method to carve the word "new" on their face. Even if the word was cut off and healed with medicine, the word would still be there. Forever a slave. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. If he was going to be a slave, he might as well be killed. Humph, seeing that your talent is not bad, you might have some background. However, I like people with backgrounds like yours. The man in battle armor snorted coldly. He then threw a pair of shackles at Yi Xian. The shackles suddenly opened in midair and flew towards Yi Xian's feet. Seeing this, Yi Xian was scared half to death. These shackles were the thing that restricted his true qi and profound. However, he was currently immobilized by the Great Emperor Will. How could he dodge? Damn it, keep! Yi Xian cursed and kept the 8 desolate sword into the devouring space. He knew that if he was caught, his spatial ring would be taken away. The man in battle armor did not pay much attention to Yi Xian's actions. He directly controlled the shackles and locked them on Yi Xian's feet. This time, Yi Xian was in trouble. Damn it! I really can't use my true qi, profound, and Great Emperor Will. Looking at the shackles on his feet, Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that he would be caught. If he had known, he would have left immediately. Chapter 7:14. Yi Xian prayed in his heart. He wasn't praying for a miracle, but for the bloodline of the sacred tree of life to erase the word slave. Otherwise, how could he face his family and friends? The armored man withdrew his great emperor's will when he saw that his legs were shackled. Then, a middle-aged bandit rushed to the armored man's side. Lord Joe, this... The middle-aged bandit was at a loss for words. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I ordered. Tell me, what should I do? The armored man asked coldly. Gulp. The middle-aged bandit swallowed his saliva and said, Lord Joe, this is none of our business. I don't care. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I asked for. Do you want me to come here for nothing? The armored man's tone was threatening. The middle-aged bandit quickly changed his mind and said, Lord Joe, it's my fault. How about this? I'll give all the captives that I've captured recently to you and give you some treasures. I won't let you come here for nothing. What do you think? Humph, that's more like it. The armored man nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xian, saying, I'm the one who captured this brat. Bring him to me too. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged bandit quickly nodded. Then, he quickly rushed over and picked up Yi Xian like a chick and brought him away. Damn it! This is troublesome. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The middle-aged bandit should be a third-stage great emperor in the desert bandit group, but he called the armored man lord. It seemed that the armored man was from the Sunflame sacred dynasty. Yi Xian was brought to a large open space by the middle-aged bandit. There were already many people waiting for Yi Xian. Little brother, why are you caught too? Sigh. I've dragged you into this. These people were the ones that Yi Xian had saved, but they were caught again. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that half of the people were gone. The 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace were also gone. A total of 18 people. The middle-aged bandit grinned and took off Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Then, he handed another one to the armored man. The man in armor took the universe ring and glanced at it. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although I didn't get the red blaze fruit, I didn't waste my trip. He did not notice that the Bahuang sword he had seen earlier was not in Yi Xian's interspatial ring. This was because virtual divine weapons were not valuable. Only they could use virtual divine weapons that others had nurtured for decades. Thank you for your understanding, Master Zhou. The middle-aged bandit immediately smiled. All right, all of you follow me. If you dare to run, don't blame me for being merciless, said the armored man as he climbed up a flight of stairs. Even though he was a 4th-order great emperor, he still couldn't fly in the desert of death. Yi Xian and the others followed behind him in an orderly manner. The 18 of them were all shackled. Any desert bandit could kill all of them. There was no way to escape, so they could only accept their fate. Soon they left the bandit lair. Master, where are we being taken to? Someone asked when they returned to the ground. They knew they were going to be taken, so they had to know where they were going to be taken to. The armored man shook his head. No, your faces won't be engraved with the word slave. I'm not treating you as slaves. We're not slaves. The 18 of them, including Yi Xian, couldn't help but light up when they heard this. You're not slaves. As for where it is, you'll know when you get there. The armored man suddenly smiled and said, Next, I'll release your shackles. All of you combined won't be a match for me, so know your limits. In order to speed up the journey, the armored man released the shackles on Yi Xian and the others and walked in front. Among the 18 of them, the strongest was a 2nd-order great emperor. However, such a cultivation realm was only a matter of thought in front of the armored man. Although Yi Xian wanted to use earth shrinking to escape, the armored man was right behind him. If he made any sudden movements, the armored man would instantly use his great emperor will to stop him. Therefore, the 18 of them could only follow the armored man's direction. Originally, a few of them wanted to commit suicide, but when they heard the armored man say that he wouldn't treat them as slaves, they gave up on the idea. Perhaps things would take a turn for the better? The 18 of them ran for 3 days under the armored man's supervision. This time, the journey was calm and peaceful. They didn't encounter any trouble. When they were about to leave the desert of death, the armored man called out to them and put the shackles on their legs again. Yi Xian was disheartened. If he was a 2nd-order great emperor, he would definitely fight to the death with the armored man. However, he hadn't broken through yet. In these 3 days, he cursed Jiang Tianjin countless times in his mind. He also prayed that Wu Shang would appear and join forces with him to fight the armored man. However, Wu Shang didn't appear. It was said that he was heavily injured. Let's wait and see. I don't believe that I won't have a chance to escape. Yi Xian put the shackles on his legs again and followed the armored man out of the desert of death. The desert of death was in the Sunflame sacred dynasty. As it was a dangerous place, there weren't any cities around it. Fortunately, the armored man had a rock that was comparable to an empty god realm great emperor. After Yi Xian and the others sat on the rock, they flew for another 3 days and landed in front of a valley. Lord Zhou, why are you here? When the great Peng landed, a man wearing battle armor walked over. Lord Chun, I'm sending some people to the heavenly prison this time. Lord Zhou said. Haha, I see. Lord Chun smiled and glanced at Yi Xian and the others. He said, you should be slaves. But Lord Zhou is generous and sent you to the heavenly prison. Do you know where the heavenly prison is? The heavenly prison. When this word entered Yi Xian's ears, he was completely confused. However, the others knew where the heavenly prison was. Isn't this the place where the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty imprisons key criminals? Someone blurted out. That's right. Those notorious criminals are imprisoned in the heavenly prison. However, the heavenly prison doesn't restrict your freedom completely. When you enter the heavenly prison, you can move freely in the heavenly prison. You can even kill people. Lord Chun nodded and threw some Chen Kuan rings to Yi Xian and the others. At the same time, he unshackled them. Chapter 7:15. Yi Xian had already removed the restraints, but he could sense a few powerful auras. They were all at least fourth-rank great emperors, so he did not dare to act rashly. He followed Lord Chen's instructions and checked his Chen Kuan ring. There was only one medium-grade void god weapon and a Qi observation manual. The heavenly prison was built by the supreme almighties of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty. It's located in a secret realm. When you enter later, a red light will form above your head. As long as you kill the experts of the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, you can plunder their light, Lord Chun explained. What's the use of this light? Someone asked. Light won't be of much use to you, but it can make the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty more prosperous. There are some places in the heavenly prison where you can exchange your light for some things, such as high-grade void god weapons, martial arts, and various cultivation resources. You can even exchange the twin fruits, Lord Chen explained. When Yi Xian heard the words twin fruits, his entire body trembled violently. Twin fruits? The twin fruits that can condense the second void god spirit? Oh my god, this item is nurtured by the heavens and earth. It's extremely rare. I didn't expect that it can be exchanged with light. You're too naive. The twin fruits are such a precious treasure. You'll need a large amount of light to exchange for it. Lord Chen smiled and said, that's right. The twin fruits are extremely rare. I don't think you can exchange for it. As soon as you enter the heavenly prison, your light will be red. Red is the lowest type of light. As long as you keep killing the people of the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, you can plunder a portion of their light to strengthen the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's light. This will ensure that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty will never decline. Each generation will be stronger than the last. Simply put, it was using a large number of people's light to add to the country's light, allowing the country to prosper. It seems like there are many people in the heavenly prison. Someone mumbled. Yes. Other than you, there are many people who are willing to enter the heavenly prison. As long as one of you can condense a green light, you can exchange for your freedom and leave the heavenly prison. Lord Chen nodded. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Green light was a level 5 light. How many people present could condense it? Haha, don't think that you can't. There are 3 overlords in our Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. When he entered the heavenly prison, he was only a first emperor. Lord Chun said with a smile, that's all I have to say. You can choose not to enter, but the consequence is that I will kill you on the spot. I have already given you the aura-gazing art. This martial art allows you to see other people's luck. It is very easy to cultivate. After he finished speaking, he directly brought Yi Xian and the others to a stone wall. There was a metal door at the bottom of the stone wall. Master Chun walked over and used a special method to open the metal door. Behind the metal door, there was only the entrance to the mysterious realm and nothing else. Lord Sacred to Heaven. Lord Sacred Realm. Lord Chin said, let me remind you one more thing. If you kill people with the same or lower light, you will get less light. When you enter, you will have red light. The greater the difference between your light and the enemies, the more light you will get. Also, you will not be able to get the light of the same faction. If the Sunflame Sacred Army finds you fighting with the same faction, you will be killed on the spot. Yi Xian and the others paused for a moment. They remembered Lord Chen's words. Right now, Yi Xian was already prepared to enter the heavenly prison. Who told him to accidentally get caught? Although the earth-shrinking profound meaning was powerful, there were many hidden experts aside from Lord Jiu and Lord Chen. If he acted rashly, he would be killed on the spot. Damn Jiang Tianjin! If I see you, I will skin you alive. Yi Xian cursed Jiang Tianjin in his heart. However, he admitted that he was careless. He did not expect Jiang Tianjin to be able to condense 3 fire clones. The fire element was the strongest. It was said that some experts could condense more than 10 fire clones. It was very difficult to deal with. However, he had to get through the heavenly prison first. I need a twin fruit. I didn't expect it to be available here. This time I must condense my clone. Yi Xian said in his heart. He then walked into the secret realm's entrance. In the next moment, he appeared in a valley. Newcomers? Let's go. The great Yuan army often comes to rob the entrance. Before Yi Xian could size up his surroundings, a voice sounded out. The 18 of them turned around and saw a hole appear in the valley. A man came out of it. Sir, can you tell us something about the heavenly prison? A second-stage great emperor asked. There is nothing to say. Although we belong to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, we occasionally kill and steal. It's fine as long as we don't run into the Sunflame Sacred Army. I think all of you were captured and brought here. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you long ago. After the man finished speaking, he went back into the cave. Yi Xian and the others were captured. Therefore, they only had one medium-grade Void God weapon in their interspatial ring. This man did not need to take the risk of being hunted down by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty to kill Yi Xian and the others. Now Yi Xian had entered the heavenly prison. This place was full of danger. Therefore, he did not hesitate and used Earth Shrink to enter the ground. Little brother, let's work together. The second-stage Great Emperor turned around and found that Yi Xian had disappeared. This kind of means was not something they could compare to. Even if Yi Xian was here, he would not work together with these people. What a joke. The weakest of these people was only an 8th-grade king. The strongest was only a 2nd-grade Great Emperor. He would not be a saint and protect these people. I still have the 8th Desolate Sword in my hand. If I can break through again, I will be able to fight against a 3rd-grade Great Emperor. Yi Xian hid 500 meters underground. The man said that they could not fly more than 1,000 meters above ground. It seemed that there were some hidden dangers in the heavenly prison. However, this was good. His main attribute was Earth. As long as he did not fly too high, he was confident that he could knock his opponent to the ground. The ground was his home ground. Let me see the Qi observation technique first. Yi Xian took out the Qi observation technique from his interspatial ring and spent some devour crystals to learn it. Ding! Host has learned the Qi observation technique. Chapter 7:16. After learning the aura gazing technique, Yi Xian went back the way he came and glanced at the 17 people behind him. He used the aura gazing technique to check on them and found that they all had red clouds above their heads, which meant that they all had red luck. As for Yi Xian himself, when he raised his head, he could see that his luck was also red. I can't steal luck by killing people from the same camp. I can only do that by killing people from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. The greater the difference in luck, the more luck I can steal. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I have to hand in at least blue luck. I wonder how much luck I need to exchange for the twin fruits. Yi Xian thought about it and left. He was not familiar with the heavenly prison, so he had to understand it first. Lord Chun said that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp in the heavenly prison has 3 leaders and the Sunflame army. It seems that there are cities in the heavenly prison. However, even though this is the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, there are still cases of killing and stealing. Yi Xian reminded himself. Then he rose to the ground and started running. He only had red luck and was a 1st-stage Great Emperor, so people from the same camp usually wouldn't take the risk to kill him. Someone's here? After running for 10 minutes, he saw a few people from the same camp. He had mastered the aura gazing technique and could tell if the luck belonged to the same camp or the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In front of him was a white-haired old man roasting meat in front of a bonfire. "Young man, you just arrived?" The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian glanced at the red cloud above the white-haired old man and said, "Senior, can you tell me the direction of the nearest city?" The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Sit down and have a drink with me." "I'm sorry, senior. I'm in a hurry. Please tell me, senior." Yi Xian refused. "Forget it. You can find it yourself." The white-haired old man turned the meat around. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since the first time he left Lianyun City to train, he had developed a habit of not trusting others easily. Although the white-haired old man's luck was red, he could hide his aura. Even Yi Xian couldn't see through him, so his strength was probably not to be underestimated. Just as Yi Xian was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong pressure that made him unable to move. "Young man, if I want to kill you, I can kill you." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian was about to cry his eyes out. Recently, his luck had been very bad. First, he was caught and thrown into the heavenly prison. Now, he met another expert. Or not. Or maybe even the fifth stage great emperor. Or even the... "All right," Yi Xian hurriedly replied. In the next moment, he felt the pressure on his body disappear and he could move. "Sit down and have a drink." The white-haired old man smiled and took out a wine cup. He filled it to the brim. Yi Xian walked over and sat in front of the old man. He took the wine cup. This wine?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and drank it in one gulp. "Special devour." "Damn, what wine is this? One cup is more precious than the two red blaze fruits?" Yi Xian was shocked. He also felt that his physique had changed. He became stronger. "This is the flame dragon wine that this old man personally brewed. It can strengthen the physique. However, this old man drank too much. It has no effect on me now." The white-haired old man replied. "Many thanks, senior." Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. He estimated that he could break through to the second stage great emperor if he drank another 2 or 3 cups. "Don't thank me. This flame dragon wine is not for nothing. I want you to answer a question." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and said, "What is it?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. This was his first time meeting this white-haired old man. He didn't know what the old man would ask. Could it be something that happened outside the Heaven's prison? "The martial art you used just now is called Wind Strike, right?" the white-haired old man said. This question stunned Yi Xian. However, it seemed that many people recognized this martial art. Hence, he didn't hide it and nodded. "All right, a cup of wine for a question. Little brother, do you still want a drink?" The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine. "Drink." Yi Xian nodded immediately. What a joke. This was a free gift. He could break through to the second stage great emperor after a few more cups. He took the cup and swallowed the flame dragon wine. "Second question. Where did you learn Wind Strike?" the white-haired old man asked. "Zephyr Thunder Palace." Yi Xian answered subconsciously. He had already searched the Zephyr Thunder Palace once. There was nothing there. Furthermore, he was imprisoned in the Heaven's prison and had his yin and yang ring taken away. Hence, the white-haired old man was only after his martial art. "Is it the Zephyr Thunder Palace in the chaotic astral ocean?" The white-haired old man handed over another cup of flame dragon wine. Yi Xian was stunned. Only he and Guan Yulan knew about this. Why did this white-haired old man know about it too? "That's right." Yi Xian nodded and finished the flame dragon wine. He only needed one more cup to break through to the second stage great emperor realm. "Then, other than those things, do you have anything else? For example, a corpse and a key?" The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian trembled and said in shock, "A corpse and a key?" The white-haired old man looked into his eyes and sighed. "Even the Zephyr Thunder Palace doesn't have anything." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and drank the cup of flame dragon wine on the spot. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a second stage great emperor. The system notification sounded. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered and said in surprise, "Kid, you're amazing. The flame dragon wine can strengthen one's physique. You actually broke through after drinking 4 cups. Senior's eyes are really sharp." Yi Xian quickly flattered and asked, "Senior, in the Zephyr Thunder Palace, I also obtained the Wind Dragon Slash and the Profundity Seed, but I didn't see any key. This key is..." The Zephyr Thunder Emperor was famous in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty 1,000 years ago. He plundered a lot of wealth with his martial skills and profundities before disappearing. Among the wealth he plundered, there was a key that could open a ruin. Before he died, he spread the news that he had built many Zephyr Thunder Palaces, and one of them stored his corpse and the key to the ruin. The white-haired old man replied, "Ruin key? Corpse?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Indeed, he didn't find the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse in the lightning forbidden land. Nor did he find any key. Chapter 7:17. Senior, since you know where the Zephyr Thunder Palace is, why? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Why don't you take it away? The simple, empty God Realm Emperors can't enter the Thunder Island. If a grade 9 king enters, he will be struck to death by the riot astral lightning. There are many traps set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor. Other than the riot astral lightning, there are many other dangers. If the strength of the person who enters exceeds the range set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor, the Zephyr Thunder Palace will be destroyed. You're lucky to be able to obtain his inheritance. The white-haired elder explained. After Yi Xian heard this, he was also shocked. He didn't feel any danger other than the riot astral lightning. Now that the white-haired elder mentioned it, he shuddered. Even the place where he obtained his inheritance doesn't have his corpse. Where would his corpse be? The elder mumbled. He thought that the key to the ruin would be beside the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse. How many Zephyr Thunder Palaces have been found? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Zephyr Thunder Emperor gave out a total of 6 locations of the Zephyr Thunder Palaces. 3 of them are kept secret. Even so, after so many years of searching, only one of the 3 secret Zephyr Thunder Palaces has not been found. Those who found the Zephyr Thunder Palace obtained great wealth and soared to the sky. The value of the inheritance that you obtained is only second to the key. It's a pity that you were caught in the heavens prison. The white-haired elder shook his head helplessly. He thought that Yi Xian's Wind Dragon Slash and Lightning inheritance were taken advantage of by others. In the Empty God Realm, everyone fought with ultimacy. It was the same for the Empty God Realm Emperors. Moreover, it wasn't easy to comprehend ultimacy. Even an Empty God Realm Emperor might not be able to comprehend all the ultimacies. Therefore, the Zephyr Thunder inheritance that Yi Xian and Guan Yulan obtained was ranked second in terms of value. Alright, I've asked around. You don't have what I want. Farewell. The white-haired elder suddenly stood up and said, I'll give you this bottle of flame dragon wine. This is also a map of the heavens prison. Yi Xian took a look at the map and stored it in the devouring system. When he was about to thank the white-haired elder, he found that the elder was already gone. Disappeared? Yi Xian looked around, but didn't find the white-haired old man. This person's strength had probably far exceeded his expectations. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even know the elder's name. Not only did he give him a flame dragon wine, heezes, and tell him a secret. Yi Xian glanced at the map, then quickly left. Within an hour, is thunder. Was be Thunder Gold Emperor? Go by. When Yi Xian entered the city, he took out a strange crystal that could detect the amount of luck he had. Regrettably, his red providence value was only 1, which was pitifully low. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Purple luck was at least 1,000,000. That meant that he would need at least 10,000 luck to leave the heavens prison. The twin life fruit was not available in Gale City. He had to go to the main cities under the 3 great leaders. The price was so high that Yi Xian was disappointed. After that, Yi Xian left Gale City. In any case, he had nothing to do in the city. Gale City is at the border between the 2 camps. The fastest way to get luck is to kill my way to the great Yuan sacred dynasty. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and started to move. If he wanted to improve quickly, he had to kill. Although it was dangerous, he could improve quickly. Yi Xian spent an entire day using earth shrinking to cross the border of the camp and enter the territory of the great Yuan sacred dynasty. The map given by the elder shows the distribution of the cities in the great Yuan sacred dynasty's territory. This is it. Yi Xian immediately chose a city that was close to him. His plan was to wait beside the city, then follow the people who left the city and kill them. Soon he saw Yiqing City. There were only 6 main cities in the Heavens Prison. The 2 camps each had 6 main cities. Most of the experts were in these main cities. As for the other cities, they were mostly low to mid-level great emperors. Yi Xian was tens of thousands of meters away from Yiqing City. Looking from afar, he saw some people leaving the city. Then, he followed them according to their speed. 3 second stage great emperors? I'll take you guys. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly entered the ground. The earth shrinking profound was very useful. As long as his cultivation level was not too far apart, he could retreat even if he could not win. Yi Xian calculated the time. When the 3 second stage great emperors flew over his head, he suddenly attacked. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately attacked. First, he used the dual space to suppress one of them. Then, he slashed out 36 overlapping shadows. Sila. One of the second stage great emperors was ambushed and died instantly. Of the remaining 2, one of them was suppressed by Yi Xian's dual space. He could not even turn around. The other one had just reacted when Yi Xian slashed him to death. No. The person who was suppressed by the dual space cried out in shock. He knew that his 2 companions were dead. However, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest as he quickly killed him. The 3 second stage great emperors fell and their yin and yang rings flew to Yi Xian. At the same time, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds above their heads separated and flew to Yi Xian. Then, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds collapsed. The Heavens Prison was built in a secret realm. This secret realm was very special. Whenever Yi Xian killed someone, his providence points would automatically be added to him. All 3 of them had orange-colored providence, but only 10 points were added to me. That's too little. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and quickly burrowed into the ground. The greater the difference in providence, the more providence one would obtain after killing someone. Yi Xian's providence was not much different from the 3 of them. Hence, he did not steal much from them. He only managed to raise his providence to orange-colored. Providence could be used to buy things in the city. Hence, many people would exchange their providence points for natural treasures to increase their strength. Of course, if one wanted things like the twin fruits, they would have to stack their providence points. This was because the shops in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty did not allow bartering. Only providence points were allowed. Moreover, only the officials of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had the ability to split their providence points. Although the 3 of them did not have much providence points, they still had a lot of things in their rings. If the 3 second stage great emperors joined forces, they could even fight against a 3rd stage great emperor. Chapter 7:18. There were often people like Yi Xian in the heavenly prison, but out of 100 nihility gods, there were probably only 5 of them with the earth and wood attributes. As for the 100 earth attribute nihility gods, perhaps not even one of them had comprehended the earth shrinking technique. Therefore, Yi Xian had a huge advantage in doing this. In less than a few minutes, Yi Xian annihilated another team. 2 stage 2 great emperors and 1 stage 1 great emperor. His cultivation base had improved once again. At this rate, I might be able to break through to stage 3 great emperor today. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. His current strength was comparable to Wuxiang's. If he reached the 3rd order great emperor realm, even Lord Zhou and Lord Chun would die in his hands. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding outside Yiqing City. This speed, a stage 4 great emperor? Yi Xian hid behind a mound of dirt that he had built, only revealing his eyes. He saw that after a figure left the city, that figure was rapidly flying toward him. This person's speed was very fast, even faster than Wuxiang's. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that this person was a stage 4 great emperor. He should have the ability to fight against a stage 4 great emperor, but this was the enemy's territory. If he did not kill this person quickly, he would definitely attract the attention of others. Just as he was about to burrow into the ground and hide, he suddenly realized that this person was not a stage 4 great emperor. I see, it's a stage 3 great emperor who has comprehended the underground movement technique. When he came to his senses, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Since this person was not a stage 4 great emperor, he was confident that he could kill this person. He quickly burrowed into the ground and started counting the time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough for the stage 3 great emperor to pass by him. Then he circled around to the side and flew out. A few thousand meters away, the stage 3 great emperor sensed something and turned around. He saw Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already swung his sword. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword Annihilation Samsara. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword chi that instantly killed the 3rd Order Great Emperor. However, the sword chi suddenly turned back, slicing the 3rd Order Great Emperor in 2. Sword Annihilation Samsara was an extremely powerful martial art. The power of that strike was even stronger than sword cleaving 8 desolations. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian could control this sword chi to continue attacking others, just like the deadly wind formation. Similarly, this move drained Yi Xian of his Jinqi. At the same time, controlling this sword chi required a large amount of Jinqi. If Yi Xian did not have the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he would only be able to control it for a second at most. This move is very good for a sneak attack. Yi Xian was very satisfied. The sword Annihilation Samsara would be controlled by Yi Xian. When the opponent thought that they had dodged, the sword Annihilation Samsara would suddenly turn back and kill them. The 8 Desolations Great Emperor who could create this martial art was definitely a super genius. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the other party's universe ring. This stage 3 Great Emperor's luck was yellow. It increased Yi Xian's luck by more than 50 points. It was very good. Another 2 or 3 stage 3 Great Emperors and I should be able to break through to stage 3 Great Emperor. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to Yiqing City. There were many experts in Yiqing City. While Yi Xian was waiting, he saw several stage 4 Great Emperors leaving. After all, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were not small factions. The heavenly prison seemed to have been formed for hundreds of years. Who knew how many experts had gathered inside? Yi Xian waited outside Yiqing City for half a day. After killing a few groups of experts, he finally broke through to stage 3 Great Emperor. At the same time, his luck was yellow. It had reached 120 points. Now that my luck is yellow, I can't take the red and orange luck. Sai, it seems that it's not that easy to exchange for a twin fruit. Yi Xian was helpless. High-level luck could not be taken from those with low-level luck. If he wanted to leave the heavenly prison, he would need at least green luck. He would have to kill his way up layer by layer. Otherwise, he would have to rely on numbers. Even if Yi Xian's strength had increased, those of the same level as him could exchange all their luck and only have red luck left. Then they would go and rob others. That way, they would be able to obtain more. Suddenly, a group of black figures swept towards Yiqing City. Although it was night, Yi Xian cultivated the aura observation technique. It was hard for him not to notice that group of people. It's my Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's people. There are so many of them. Are they going to attack the city? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was in trouble. There were more than 50 people in the group. Most of them had orange and yellow luck above their heads. There were also a few who had green luck. It seemed that they were really going to attack the city. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Yiqing City had activated the Great Defensive Array. At the same time, a large number of Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts swept out. In fact, the Great Defensive Array had always been in place. It was to prevent people from the enemy camp from killing their way in and destroying the shops. Even a Stage 9 Great Emperor would not be able to destroy the Great Defensive Array. Hence, the city was very safe. However, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts had already arrived. Hence, a large number of experts immediately gathered in Yiqing City, ready to fight. Soon, dozens of experts rushed out of Yiqing City. Kill! The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts did not waste any time and rushed over. What a big scene. This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly joined the battle. In such a large-scale battle, he definitely could not rush into the crowd. This was because a large amount of Great Emperor's intent would press down on him. It was very dangerous. 8 Desolation Sword Art. Sword Annihilation Reincarnation. Yi Xian quickly slashed out and broke the 8 Desolation Sword. A powerful sword chi and 8 sharp blades swept into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, many people were killed. The Heavenly Prison Secret Realm judged that Yi Xian had dealt a fatal blow to these people. Hence, these people's luck all gathered above Yi Xian's head. At the same time, Yi Xian's body was not idle. 36 overlapping shadows. 64 layers of earth pulse. Fierce attacks swept out and killed the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts. Then, Yi Xian used the dual space to plunder the Qian Kuan ring. In such a large-scale battle, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They all had their eyes on the corpses. How dare you come and try to rob me? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly slashed out with his sword, killing a person who wanted to rob his Qian Kuan ring. Moreover, the person he killed was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp. Chapter 719. In the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, one would be killed by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army. However, Yi Xian wasn't stepping on the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, but the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. There wouldn't be any Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army here, nor would there be any Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army. Hence, there wouldn't be a problem in killing his own people. Although this group of people was here to attack the city, many of them had devious thoughts. They would suddenly kill their own people and escape. After killing a person who overestimated himself, the surrounding people didn't dare to provoke Yi Xian anymore. They felt that Yi Xian wasn't a persimmon that was easy to bully. At the same time, Yi Xian was targeted by a 4th stage Great Emperor. Brat, you're courting death. When the 4th stage Great Emperor saw that Yi Xian had collected a lot of yin and yang rings, he immediately charged towards Yi Xian. You dare to find trouble with me? You've got guts. Go. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he controlled the Sword of Reincarnation and the 8 sharp blades to attack the 4th stage Great Emperor. Humph! Petty tricks. The 4th stage Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian and deflected the 8 sharp blades. However, at this time, 2 forces suddenly appeared on his body, restricting his movements. What? The 4th stage Great Emperor's eyes widened as he forcefully used his Emperor's will. However, his speed was greatly reduced and he could only move at 40% of his peak. Shio! The Sword of Reincarnation swept past his head and sliced off the top of his head. Overestimating yourself. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he kept the 4th stage Great Emperor's yin and yang rings. His strength increased once again. When he entered the battle just now, he took a look and saw that the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had 5 4th stage Great Emperors. Now that one was dead, there were only 4 left. Killing 10 3rd stage Great Emperors was better than killing 1 4th stage Great Emperor. Hence, Yi Xian charged towards one of the 4th stage Great Emperors. At this time, the 4th stage Great Emperor was fighting with the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts. When the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's expert saw Yi Xian charging over, he immediately barked, "Scram! What arrogance! I'll kill you first." Yi Xian was infuriated. He directly reformed the Bahuang sword and used his recovered true energy to slash out. Sword of Reincarnation. Just now, after the sword annihilation Samsara killed several people, it was disintegrated by Yi Xian himself. To kill a 1st or 2nd stage Great Emperor, he only needed to use ordinary 36 overlapping images. After all, controlling the sword annihilation Samsara consumed too much energy. See, this sword annihilation Samsara directly killed the expert of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty, who told Yi Xian to scram. What? His opponent was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Xian to instantly kill a 4th order Great Emperor. Estes Reincarnation Tesses? Him reincarnations reincarnation great reincarnation reincarnation reincarnation. S reincarnation as reincarnation reincarnation reincarnation. CT. The fourth stage Great Emperor was killed by Yi Xian. Swords reincarnation 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 collapsed. Yi Xian kept the two Qian Kuan rings. He turned around and saw that there were only slightly more than 20 people left on the battlefield. Only slightly more than 20 people were left. It was obvious that the battle was intense. At that moment, those people that had obtained benefits all dispersed in a hubbub and turned around to leave. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian targeted a fourth stage Great Emperor from the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty and chased after him. The fourth stage Great Emperor noticed Yi Xian. He had seen how Yi Xian killed two fourth stage Great Emperors. He jumped in fright and quickly ran while attacking. However, he had only raised his hand halfway when his speed dropped drastically. Then, a ferocious slash came at him. Pong! 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 The middle-grade Void God weapon in the fourth stage Great Emperor's hand vibrated hundreds of times. Kacha! The middle-grade Void God weapon shattered, and the fourth stage Great Emperor was sent flying. He was terrified. A middle-grade Void God weapon was extremely tough. It was not something that an ordinary person could break. However, Yi Xian did it. At this time, his right hand that was holding the sword had been shattered by the Earth Pulse 64 layers. He could not feel anything. Die! Yi Xian slashed a few more times and killed him instantly. When his head flew up, Yi Xian had already taken his Qian Kuan ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a fourth stage Great Emperor. The melodious system notification sounded out once more as Yi Xian's cultivation broke through once more. At the same time, his luck had also increased. However, at this time, how dare you act so presumptuously in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty? You are courting death. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in armor charging towards him. This is the Deyuan army? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Deyuan army was composed of at least 6 stage Great Emperors. They were constantly roaming in the territory of the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. If they saw someone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty killing someone from the same camp, they would immediately attack. Unfortunately, this Deyuan army soldier was heading straight for Yi Xian. Green luck. Yi Xian thought for a while. In the end, he decided to retreat. After all, there might be other Deyuan army experts around. If he was surrounded, he would be in trouble. At this moment, he turned around and left quickly. He did not chase after the others. One had to know how to be content with what one had. Only then could one live a long life. Although he might have the ability to fight against this Deyuan army expert, he still had to be careful. He would wait until he had exchanged for the twin fruits. Don't even think about leaving. The 6th stage Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian. A wave of Great Emperor's intent pressed down on him. Yi Xian activated the pulsating guard 64 layers that had merged with the Great Emperor's intent. Even so, his speed was reduced by 20%. However, he still had the dual space that he had yet to use. When the 6th stage Great Emperor reacted, his speed had also decreased by 20%. Now, both of their speeds were equal. This place is not far from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. I'll lure him over and kill him along with the others. Yi Xian made a plan in his heart. Whether it was the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty or the Deyuan army, they were the official armies of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Deyuan Sacred Dynasty. Their strength and wealth were not something ordinary people could compare to. Therefore, Yi Xian did not use the earth-shrinking technique to leave. Bastard, don't go! The Deyuan army soldier who was chasing after Yi Xian kept roaring. Tisk, if I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Yi Xian was filled with disdain. If he wanted to leave, he would have used the earth-shrinking technique to escape. One was chasing while the other was escaping. Their speeds were extremely fast. The Deyuan army soldier knew that Yi Xian wanted to escape back to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, his speed could not catch up to Yi Xian. Moreover, he did not want to give up. After a while, I will enter the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. I hope a 5th or 6th stage Great Emperor can help me, Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, even if there was no one, as long as he entered the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, Yi Xian would counterattack. Chapter 720. Yi Xian was confident that he could kill this 6th stage Great Emperor by himself. After all, they had been running for quite some time. His opponent's true qi and Great Emperor intent had been depleted, while he was still in peak condition. At this moment, the 6th stage Great Emperor was in a dilemma. Should he chase after Yi Xian? However, he recalled that he had been chasing for quite some time. Yi Xian was fast, but his true qi and Great Emperor intent were much less than his. Therefore, he decided to charge in. Pa! Yi Xian stepped into the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. Now, he wasn't afraid of encountering the Great Yuan army. The probability of that happening was very small. Keep running for a while more and I'll take your life. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and he continued running. The 6th stage Great Emperor from the Great Yuan army chased after him for a few minutes. However, he didn't dare to go any further. Forget it. Consider yourself lucky. He snorted in his heart. He stopped running and turned around. However, at this moment, 8 Desolation Sword, Sword of Annihilation. Yi Xian held the 8 Desolation Sword and slashed at the Great Yuan army soldier. The sword light flashed and appeared in front of the Great Yuan army soldier in an instant. However, he wasn't a pushover either. He quickly dodged the sword. 8 Desolation Sword. Go! When the Great Yuan army soldier dodged the attack, Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation Sword. The 8 sharp blades flew towards the Great Yuan army soldier at various speeds. Humph! The Great Yuan warrior let out a cold snort. Then his body suddenly exploded. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. The 6th stage Great Emperor intent was infused into the raging flames incinerate the heavens. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. He blocked it with the 64-layered earth pulse. Back then, Jiang Tianjin had detonated 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Yi Xian didn't die from the explosion back then. Naturally, he wouldn't die this time. Raging flames incinerate the heavens consumes a lot of true qi. Let's see how much true qi you have left. Yi Xian thought as he flew backwards. This raging flames incinerate the heavens dispersed the sword of samsara. Not only that, but the 8 sharp blades were also sent flying. It had to be said that this person's battle awareness was very strong. He smelled danger, so he was very decisive. However, Yi Xian's vital energy was rapidly recovering. At the same time, Yi Xian heard a notification sound. Ding! Throbbing Pulse of the World 64 Layers has evolved into Throbbing Pulse of the World 128 Layers. The Throbbing Pulse of the World had once again increased in power. Yi Xian had been hit by the heaven-burning raging flames and his arm had been set ablaze by the inextinguishable inferno, so he quickly cut it off. If he had comprehended the 128 layers of the Great Earth Pulse earlier, he could have withstood the raging flames incinerate the heavens and killed this 6th-order Great Emperor. Brat, die! Suddenly, this Dayuan army master dashed out of the smoke and dust, hacking down at Yi Xian with his sword. You want to kill me with that move of yours? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and went up to him. Bang! The sword beam cleaved onto Yi Xian's 128 pulsating guard and instantly vibrated 100 times before dissipating. What? The Dayuan army master was shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5th-order Great Emperor, but it had no effect on Yi Xian. Die! Sword shatters the stars. Yi Xian stabbed his sword into the Dayuan army master's body. In the next moment, he turned into an incomplete corpse. Initially, Yi Xian wanted to engage in guerrilla warfare, but he did not expect to suddenly comprehend the 128 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world. He did not know how much the throbbing pulse of the world needed to evolve into the disintegration profound. However, all in all, Yi Xian had profited greatly this time. The 128 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world had at least doubled his strength. However, just as he was about to put away the interspatial ring, a figure suddenly dashed towards him. One of us? Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly retreated, keeping a distance from the figure. The figure was a young man in his 30s. He had an ordinary appearance and wore black clothes. He glanced at Yi Xian, then dashed towards the corpse of the Daewon army master and took out a lantern. "Little brother, do you still want this corpse?" the young man in black asked. "Want it?" Yi Xian glanced at the corpse that had already shattered into countless pieces and shook his head. He did not understand what the young man in black meant. However, in the next moment he was stunned. The lantern in the young man's hand suddenly flashed. Immediately, a ray of white light flew out from the corpse of the Daewon army master and entered the lantern. "This is the will of a great emperor." Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock. When an empty god realm great emperor died, the great emperor's will would quickly dissipate. However, some people could preserve the great emperor's will. Jiang Tianjin had refined such a great emperor's will to break through to the third-order great emperor realm. At this moment, the young man in black's method was to preserve the sixth-order great emperor's will of the Daewon army master. "Many thanks, little brother." At this moment, the young man in black cracked a smile and his eyes shone brightly. "What kind of method is this?" Yi Xian could not help but ask. "Oh?" The black-robed young man was slightly surprised. He said, "It seems like little brother doesn't know about our Nether Spirit sect. Apart from ordinary cultivation, the Nether Spirit sect can also extract the great emperor's will that hasn't completely dissipated from a corpse and refine it." "Ghost cult?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this faction. However, it was a good method to extract the great emperor's will that had yet to dissipate. Jiang Tianjin was a third-order great emperor. His great emperor's will was stronger than a second-order great emperor's will. However, if he continued to refine the great emperor's will, it would be faster than ordinary cultivation. It seems that little brother has not heard of it. "Little brother, are you interested in joining my ghost cult?" The young man in black saw that Yi Xian was strong and wanted to recruit him. "Do you have any requirements?" Yi Xian asked. "No, just come. My ghost cult is in urgent need of geniuses like you. If you are willing to join, the hall master will definitely nurture you." The young man in black shook his head. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, "What if I don't join?" He felt that this ghost cult was a little strange. Perhaps it was a wanted organization. My ghost cult is indeed wanted by the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Therefore, if you don't agree, I will at least take away your great emperor's will." The young man in black's eyes suddenly turned cold and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Yi Xian considered for a moment and nodded in the end. "All right, I will join." "Great. You are now a fourth-order great emperor. Follow me to see the hall master. He can quickly raise your strength to sixth-order great emperor." The young man in black's eyes lit up. He felt that after he mentioned this benefit, Yi Xian would definitely not reject. It seems that the ghost cult is quite powerful. Chapter 721. "Wait, the first condition for joining the ghost sect is to give me your interspatial ring," the young man in black said cautiously. "What about the weapon?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Put it in there too," the young man in black replied. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded and put the Bahuang sword into his devouring space. Then, he put the useless medium ethereal god weapons into his interspatial ring. He had already devoured all the universe treasures from the Daewon army. Therefore, there were not many things in his interspatial ring. He knew that the young man in black wanted to be safe in case Yi Xian suddenly attacked him. "Here." Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and threw both of them to the young man in black. The young man in black took the interspatial ring and felt it. He did not find any other interspatial ring on Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already obtained his trust. Of course, the young man in black did not notice that Yi Xian's Bahuang sword was not in the two interspatial rings. After all, a weapon that was not his own was useless to him. "Very good. Follow me to see the hall leader. I'll return the items to you after we meet," the young man in black said. Yi Xian nodded. His plan was to follow the young man to the ghost sect and learn how to preserve the great emperor's will. He would leave after that. Of course, he was also guessing whether the young man in black had such a method in his interspatial ring. If so, he would not have to see the hall leader. However, after following the young man in black for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly bumped into an expert from the Scorching Sun Army. Damn it! It's the Scorching Sun Army. Let's take a detour. The young man in black quickly took a detour. However, the Scorching Sun Army expert in armor was walking towards them. He naturally saw Yi Xian and the young man in black. "Stop right there!" the Scorching Sun Army expert shouted. The young man in black and Yi Xian stopped in their tracks. "Sir, what can I do for you?" asked the young man in black as he turned around. The warrior looked at the young man in black carefully. Then, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Xiao Yong, the wanted criminal, surrender now." This black-clothed young man had killed a member of the same camp. Coincidentally, he was seen by the Sun Flame Army, so he was wanted. He recognized me. Damn it! Let's kill him together. The black-clothed young man threw the universe ring back to Yi Xian before swiftly dashing over. Yi Xian paused for a moment as he pondered whether or not to make a move. If he made a move and was seen by others, he would also become a fugitive. However, if the young man in black was killed by the Sun Flaming Army, then his plan would be ruined. Therefore, he was somewhat conflicted. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed youth and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army began to fight. Yi Xian glanced around. Although he didn't see anyone else, if he made too much noise, it would definitely attract other people's attention. If he was discovered, he would become a fugitive. Then, how could he enter the city to exchange for the twin fruits? Therefore, he decided to forget about it. "Bastard! Aren't you going to help?" the black-clothed young man shouted. When Yi Xian heard this, he stood there quietly. He didn't make a move, nor did he reply. "If that's the case, you can die first," the black-clothed young man shouted and suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. "You want to kill me? Then I will kill you first." Yi Xian suddenly took out his 8 desolate sword and attacked the black-clothed young man. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. The black-clothed young man thought that Yi Xian would be easy to deal with. After all, he was stronger than an ordinary rank 6 great emperor. However, he was wrong. Yi Xian was ridiculously strong. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's 36 overlapping shadows easily dispersed his sword chi and killed the black-clothed young man. Not only that, but the sword chi also swept past the black-clothed young man and killed the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. F***CK. I killed him by mistake. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect his sword to kill 2 people in a row. It was too unbelievable. 36 overlapping images combined with the throbbing pulse of the world. The power actually surpassed the Sword of Samsara. Just what is the background of that mysterious mountain man? Yi Xian was shocked. The 3rd layer of the 8 desolate sword art had 3 moves. The first was Sword of Desolation, the second was Sword of Star-Shattering, and the third was Sword of Reincarnation. However, Yi Xian's normal attack was stronger than the Sword of Reincarnation. This 36 overlapping shadows was probably much stronger than the 8 desolate sword art. What mysterious mountain man needed was the disintegration profound. This meant that Yi Xian's earth pulse could be improved at least once. When that time came, who could block Yi Xian's sword? We killed the Blazing Sun Army by mistake. Retreat. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the bodies of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. He quickly burrowed into the ground and left. Killing people on the same side wouldn't result in luck stealing, so Yi Xian's luck was still yellow. He quickly found a place and checked the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. After searching for a while, he found the method to store the Great Emperor's will. It was very simple, but it required a special spirit lantern. This spirit lantern can't be used after it's filled with the Great Emperor's will. It's a one-time use item. Yi Xian was helpless. However, the black-clothed young man had a full spirit lantern and a less than half-full spirit lantern in his interspatial ring. Yi Xian took out the spirit lantern that was filled with the Great Emperor's will and muttered the word, "Devour," in his heart. This time, he didn't use the special devour method. After all, the Great Emperors will belong to other people, and he had broken through on his own. If he randomly absorbed other people's Great Emperor's will, he didn't know what would happen. Therefore, it was better to use the normal devour method. He couldn't use the special devour method. The spirit lantern in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared, and his cultivation level suddenly soared. Great emperor's will can be devoured. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he would gain more experience points after killing someone. He didn't use up the other spirit lantern, so he didn't devour it for the time being. However, he hadn't devoured the interspatial rings of the black-clothed young man and the expert from the Blazing Sun Army. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Great Emperor. The system notified. When Yi Xian entered the heavenly prison, he was only a rank 1 Great Emperor. Now, he had broken through to rank 5 Great Emperor. With his current strength, he could probably fight against a rank 7 Great Emperor. My cultivation level has increased, but my fate is still yellow. Next time it'll be green. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I'll need green fate. As for the twin fruits, Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Chapter 7:22. Now that I only have half a lantern, I should be able to fill it up very soon. In that case, I shall make a trip to the Nether Spirit Sect's hall. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The Nether Spirit Sect was a powerful force in the heavenly prison. However, they were wanted by the 3 great leaders because they had massacred those from the same faction. However, there was another problem. The dead young man in black knew where the Nether Spirit Sect's hall was, but he did not have a map in his interspatial ring. Therefore, Yi Xian could only give up. After all, if any member of the Nether Spirit Sect had a map, how could the hall still exist? If it was discovered, the 3 great leaders would have sent people to destroy it. It seems like I can only store half of the great emperor's intent. Forget it. I should increase my luck and exchange for the twin fruits first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed towards the great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. With his current cultivation level, it would not be a problem for him to massacre those small cities. Using the Earth Shrink Ultimacy, he soon arrived at the great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, this time he was not going to massacre the cities. He was going to find trouble with the great Yuan army. In the heavenly prison, there are many great Yuan army's camps in the wilderness. With my current cultivation level, I should be fine as long as I don't run into the captains or generals of the great Yuan army. Yi Xian thought to himself. The captains of the great Yuan army were rank 7 great emperors. Above the captains were the generals, and above the generals were the marshals. They were all rank 9 great emperors. Yi Xian could only fight against rank 7 great emperors for now. If he ran into generals, he would be immobilized just like when he ran into Lord Zhou. He was not weak. What he lacked now was luck. As long as he had enough luck, he would go to the main cities of the 3 great leaders to exchange for a twin fruits and form his second doppelganger. At that time, he would have 2 lives. Even if his original body died, as long as his doppelganger was still alive, he would still be alive. At this time, he suddenly changed into the great Yuan army's armor. It was the spare armor in the interspatial ring of the great Yuan army's expert who died. Although most people could tell that Yi Xian was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty by looking at the providence above his head, there were always people who made a mistake. In that case, Yi Xian would be able to ambush them. Under normal circumstances, there would be a military camp next to a city. Yi Xian rushed to Yiqing City and began his search. In less than half a day, he found the military camp of the great Yuan army. "Who are you?" Just as Yi Xian approached, he was spotted by the great Yuan army. However, the other party was just a 6th-order great emperor. Die! Without hesitation, Yi Xian used the 2 layers of space to suppress the other party. Even though the other party had the will of a 6th-order great emperor, Yi Xian was still a 5th-order great emperor. His speed was reduced by at least half. In a battle between experts, even 5% of one's speed could determine the outcome of a battle, let alone 50%. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. Yi Xian swung his sword and killed the patrolling great Yuan army expert. After that, Yi Xian obtained the Yin and Yang ring. At the same time, Yi Xian's providence above his head increased a little. 950 points of providence. If I kill one more, my providence will increase to green. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even though the Sixth Order Great Emperor was killed in an instant, Yi Xian's shout attracted many experts from the Great Yuan army. All of them were Sixth Order Great Emperors. These people had red, orange, yellow, and green providence. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he charged over. The strength of his single attack had already surpassed the Sword of Reincarnation, the last move of the 8 Desolation sword art. No one could withstand a single strike from him. Soon, he had killed nearly 10 Sixth Order Great Emperors of the Great Yuan army. His luck had finally risen to green. One more round of increase and I can leave the heavenly prison. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly charged towards the barracks of the Great Yuan army. This was because he saw an old man wearing battle armor charge out. "Brat, how dare you kill my men? You're courting death." This old man was the leader of this camp. He shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. Good timing. Now, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the Great Yuan army. There were plenty of small camps like this in the heavenly prison. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. A powerful slash tore through space, and the Seventh Order Great Emperor shuddered. His instincts told him that he couldn't withstand this attack. At that moment, he quickly dodged. Gravitational space. Wind space. Great Emperor intent. Just as this Seventh Order Great Emperor dodged, Yi Xian closed the distance between them and used dual space to restrict his movement. However, this Seventh Order Great Emperor was quite strong. Moreover, he was of the wind attribute. Hence, Yi Xian's dual space only had a 10% effect on him. Brat, you have 2 attributes. Take this. The Seventh Order Great Emperor glared at him. Yi Xian also felt a pressure on his body. His speed was reduced by 30%. I didn't expect this Great Yuan army captain to have comprehended wind space. I underestimated him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, he was standing on land. Wind cleaver, earth walking technique, wind acceleration, gravitational space acceleration, wind space acceleration, and 4 agility advancements. Even if Yi Xian's speed was reduced by 30%, he was still faster than the Great Yuan army captain. 8 Desolation Spirit, go! Yi Xian shattered the 8 Desolation sword. He then used Wind Dragon Slash and slashed at the Great Yuan army captain. It had been more than a year since he broke through to the Void God realm. He had been nurturing the 8 Desolation sword all the time. However, his opponent obviously didn't want to fight him head-on. Using Wind Dragon Slash was enough. You dare to show off your petty tricks? The Seventh Order Great Emperor glared at Yi Xian. His Seventh Order Great Emperor intent shattered the 8 Desolation Spirit. However, the 8 Desolation Spirit was only used to attract aggro. 8 Desolation Wind Formation. Skybreak. Yi Xian attacked while controlling the 8 sharp blades to form a cone and pierce towards the Seventh Order Great Emperor. Clang. The Seventh Order Great Emperor was multitasking. He attacked and dodged while using his Great Emperor intent to repel the 8 sharp blades. However, the 8 sharp blades were too far apart. It was very difficult to deal with them. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Hence, he decided to retreat temporarily. Captain, we're here to help you. More than 10 Sixth Order Great Emperors rushed out from the Great Yuan army's camp and charged towards Yi Xian. Good timing. Yi Xian's battle intent was ignited. This was his first time facing experts of this level. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them. He dodged while attacking. Chapter 723. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 8 Baron Wind Formation. Go. Yi Xian stopped attacking the 7th stage Great Emperor. Instead, he used the 8 Baron sword to attack the other 6th stage Great Emperors. The 7th stage Great Emperors might be able to dodge his attacks, but what about the 6th stage Great Emperors? Not good. All of you retreat. The Daiyuan army commander shouted, but it was too late. Swish! The 8 sharp blades split into 2 and killed 2 6th stage Great Emperors in an instant. Then they went for the people nearby. The 8 Baron Wind Formation, enhanced by the wind acceleration and dual space, was very difficult to deal with. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Daiyuan soldiers were killed. However, the Daiyuan army commander was no longer restrained by the dual space. He went straight for Yi Xian. Tisk, tisk. Yi Xian laughed dryly. In the next moment, a strong gust of wind blew in front of him. The second level of the wind blade, Death Storm. Not good. The Daiyuan army commander's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated and used his great emperor's will to protect himself. Even he hadn't comprehended the Death Storm yet. He didn't expect Yi Xian to have comprehended it. Huff, huff. The Death Storm started to blow. Moreover, Yi Xian deliberately reduced the range of the Death Storm to increase the strength of the attack. The Daiyuan army commander couldn't dodge the Death Storm and could only take it head-on. Soon, the Death Storm was over. The Daiyuan army commander was unharmed. However, none of his subordinates survived. All of them were killed by Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian collecting the interspatial rings, the Daiyuan army commander gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm going to kill you!" The leader of the Daiyuan army roared at the sky. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, Yi Xian was much stronger than before. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth, 128 layers. Yi Xian continued to attack. Every time he attacked, he gained something. Currently, his 36 overlapping shadows could fuse the 128 layers of throbbing earth 10 times. This meant that his attack could cause up to 1,000 vibrations in an instant. Even an 8th-order Great Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it unscathed. Yi Xian's main body attacked, and at the same time he also had the support of the dual space and the 8 blades. In just a short while, the 7th-stage Great Emperor couldn't hold on any longer and was injured. What a pity. Originally, it would have taken me some time to deal with you, but your subordinates actually came to their deaths. Yi Xian thought to himself helplessly. If he had not taken the Qian Kuan rings, he would not have been able to do anything to this Daiyuan army commander. Boom! 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 Clang! 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 The expression of the Daiyuan army commander grew increasingly gloomy. He knew that if the battle continued, his life would be in danger. Therefore, he immediately turned around and fled. Don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he burrowed into the ground. Ground shrink. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them and dashed past the Daiyuan commander. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world 128 layered waves. Boom! The captain of the Daiyuan army didn't expect Yi Xian to have even comprehended shrinking earth into an inch. He was immediately blasted flying. The upper-grade Void God weapon that he had nurtured for more than a decade was knocked out of his hand. Oh no! The Daiyuan commander's face turned pale. He quickly stabilized himself, but the 8 blades were already coming for him. The whistling sound of the wind entered his ears, and it was very frightening. Deadly wind formation of the 8 Baron Skybreak. Rip! The 8 blades formed a cone that pierced into the chest of the Daiyuan commander. In the blink of an eye, his chest exploded over 100 times. Throbbing pulse of the earth. Plop! The corpse of the Daiyuan commander fell heavily to the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest, and his flesh was mangled. It was a gruesome sight to behold. Phew! He's finally dead. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of a Daiyuan general who was a rank 8 Great Emperor. If that happened, he would have to retreat. The Daiyuan commander only had yellow luck, which was even less than Yi Xian's. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't obtain much. However, he did obtain a rank 7 Great Emperor's Qian Kuan ring and the Great Emperor's will. He quickly dashed over and kept the Qian Kuan ring. Then, he took out the Ghost Cult's lantern. A rank 7 Great Emperor's will was very strong. Therefore, it would take some time for it to dissipate. This lowest grade lantern already contained half of the Great Emperor's will. When Yi Xian stored the Great Emperor's will into the Ghost Lantern, the Ghost Lantern was already in a saturated state. What a pity. This is only the lowest grade Ghost Lantern. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This time, he didn't collect the Ghost Lantern to devour it. He wanted to leave it for his family. Jiang Tianjin had obtained a rank 3 Great Emperor's will and broke through to rank 3 Great Emperor. If he gave the Great Emperor's will in this lantern to Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song, they would at least be able to reach rank 7 Great Emperor. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood how powerful the ghost cult was. With this method of collecting great emperors' will, the ghost cult could quickly grow stronger. They would first kill others, then collect the great emperor's will for their own people to refine. Although refining other people's great emperor's will would be much weaker than breaking through on their own, it could create a large number of void god realm great emperors. What a terrifying ghost cult. I wonder where they came from. Yi Xian shuddered. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It seemed like someone was attracted by the commotion. Yi Xian turned around and saw that it wasn't someone from the Duan sacred dynasty. It was someone from the Sunflame sacred dynasty. Brother, you're quite strong to be able to kill a Dayuan army captain. May I know which branch are you from? The person who came was a middle-aged man. He looked at the lantern in Yi Xian's hand and asked directly. When Yi Xian heard this, he was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he understood that this middle-aged man was most likely a member of the ghost cult. I'm from the ancient Nether Branch's 100 Battle Hall. You are? Yi Xian suddenly said. He didn't make up this name on the spot. He learned it from the remains of the black-clothed young man. I see. Brother, are you out of ghost lanterns? You used the lowest grade ghost lantern to store the great emperor's will of a rank 7 great emperor. What a waste. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed helplessly. Yeah, I used them all. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I still have a few mid-grade ghost lanterns here. Here, take them. The middle-aged man kindly took out a few lanterns and tossed them to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the lanterns, and his eyes lit up. Many thanks. He quickly cupped his fists. Chapter 724. Although the great emperor's intent is not good, it's still better to create a rank 7 great emperor than a rank 5 or rank 6 great emperor, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, he was not forcing anyone to refine it. He would give it to anyone who wanted it. Brother, are you here to try your luck at White Dragon Mountain? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. White Dragon Mountain? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It was his first time hearing about this place. You don't know? The White Dragon Mountain under the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty's territory has produced twin fruits. I heard that there are already 3 of them. The middle-aged man nodded. 3. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, one twin fruit required 1 million fate points, which was purple fate points. And now, he only had green providence. He only had a few thousand points of providence. Since there are 3 twin fruits, many experts must have gone there, right? Yi Xian asked with a frown. That's right. The battle has already started and it's very intense. Our spirit sect is preparing to form a team and charge in. The middle-aged man nodded. Charge in? What if we can't get out? Yi Xian was helpless. Don't worry. The White Dragon Mountain is shrouded in fog. Even a rank 8 great emperor might get lost in there. The 3 twin fruits were harvested in the fog. The middle-aged man said. I see. Yi Xian paused. He originally wanted to get purple fate points, but now that there was a new way, he naturally wanted to take a look. Perhaps he could refine a clone in advance? Brother, what do you think? Shall we go together? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. This was a great opportunity. Even if he could not obtain the twin fruits, he could still obtain a large amount of fate points or wealth. Not only that, if those disciples of the ghost sect were to die, wouldn't those ghost lanterns be his? All right. In another day, our spirit sect will break through the enemy's defense line and enter the White Dragon Mountain. Brother, follow me. The middle-aged man said as he led the way. Yi Xian followed closely behind. He was surprised to find that this middle-aged man did not suspect him at all. The middle-aged man was also of the earth attribute and had also comprehended the world-walking technique, so the two of them were not slow. Half a day later, the middle-aged man brought Yi Xian to the location of the Nether sect's secret meeting. In fact, on the way, Yi Xian was also guessing whether there would be people from the ancient Nether branch's 100 War Hall. If there were, his identity would be exposed instantly, and he would be attacked by a group of people. Therefore, he had to be very careful. The location of the Nether Soul Cult's secret meeting was in the depths of a mountain. This mountain was extremely barren, and normally no one would come here. The middle-aged man brought Yi Xian in. Immediately, someone came out and shouted, "Who is it?" "I am Huang Ziyuan of the ancient Nether Branches Heavenly Cloud Hall." The middle-aged man cupped his fists and threw an identity token over. The Nether Soul Cult's disciple took the token and looked at it. He used the Qi observation art to size up Yi Xian and the middle-aged man. When he found that they were on the same side, he did not pay much attention to them. "Come in. Walk straight and you will find a cave," the disciple said and threw the token back. "Many thanks." Huang Ziyuan cupped his fists and thanked the disciple. Then he entered the cave with Yi Xian. The cave was not dark. There were night luminescent pearls embedded in all four sides, making it very bright. When Yi Xian and the middle-aged man entered, they found that there were already more than 20 disciples of the Nether Soul Cult inside. What powerful auras! There are 2 8th-stage Great Emperors. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and stood at the entrance with the middle-aged man. 2 more came. "One is just SOSO. A gray-robed old man said faintly. He could sense that the middle-aged man was a 7th-stage Great Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he was only a 5th-stage Great Emperor. It was not worth mentioning. "In a few hours we will attack directly. I heard that another twin fruit appeared yesterday. I wonder if it is true," another black-robed old man said. He was a 8th-stage Great Emperor. "As long as we stick together, even a 9th-stage Great Emperor will have to think twice before coming. As long as it is not a half-step Supreme Being, everything will be fine," the gray-robed old man said. "There are not many half-step Supreme Beings in the heavenly prison. They have all consumed the twin fruit and condensed the second void spirit. All of them are comprehending a new profound. They don't have time to come and join in the fun." Yi Xian was extremely shocked as he listened to the discussions of these experts. He did not expect that there would be half-step Supreme Beings in the heavenly prison. Moreover, it seemed that there was more than one. 9th-stage Great Emperor was the highest realm in the Void God realm. After breaking through to 9th-stage Great Emperor, one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body. Sealing the Great Emperor's will into one's body could greatly increase the strength of one's body, which was the sovereign golden body. However, after 9th-stage Great Emperor, one would not be a Supreme Being, but a half-step Supreme Being because the sovereign golden body had yet to be formed. If one could seal the Great Emperor's will into one's body, one would be able to trigger the Supreme Being Tribulation. The Supreme Being Tribulation was the Lightning Tribulation. If one could withstand it, one would become a Supreme Being. If not, one's soul would be destroyed. The stronger one's body was, the more lightning tribulations one could withstand, and the stronger the sovereign golden body would be after breaking through to the Supreme Being realm. However, Yi Xian was a 5th-stage Great Emperor now. Hence, he did not think too much because he heard that there would at most be a 9th-stage Great Emperor in this operation. There would not be a half-step Supreme Being. It's a pity that even though I am a 5th-stage Great Emperor, I am still unable to refine that sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Xian sighed. After all, sword intent was a powerful ability that could harm the sovereign golden body. If he had learned it earlier, he would be able to sweep through the entire heavenly prison. Yi Xian stood there quietly. Following that, there were still some members of the Nether Soul Cult who came to meet up. After a few hours, there were already more than 40 people. However, among the 40 people, there were only 3 8th-stage Great Emperors and less than 10 7th-stage Great Emperors. The number of people is about right. Although we aren't strong, we should be able to break through the obstructing defenses and enter the White Dragon Mountain. The gray-robed old man and 2 other people acted as the leaders. Then, they led Yi Xian and the other 40 people towards the White Dragon Mountain. Until now, 4 twin fruits had appeared in the White Dragon Mountain. Although it was just a rumor, it had attracted many people. Among these people, there were people from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty and Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Anyway, their goal was the same, which was the twin fruits. Alright, we'll be able to see the White Dragon Mountain in another 5 minutes. The reason why we've gathered here is to enter the White Dragon Mountain. Once we've entered, we'll go our separate ways. The gray-robed old man shouted. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, was already full of energy. Although he was only a 5th-stage Great Emperor and seemed to be the weakest among the group, his true strength had already surpassed the 7th-stage Great Emperor. He was only second to the 3 8th-stage Great Emperors. Chapter 7:25. If I can get the twin fruits, then I'll be so awesome. Yi Xian was fantasizing in his heart. 5 minutes later, everyone saw a white mountain. No, to be precise, it was a mountain range shrouded in white fog. Some of the peaks were more than 1,000 meters tall. In the Heavens Prison, one was not allowed to fly more than 1,000 meters or less. This was just a restriction. Yi Xian had encountered some obstacles along the way, but it was only a restriction on his movement. There was no danger. However, this did not mean that he could not climb a 1,000 meters tall mountain on foot. Many people came to the White Dragon Mountain because of the twin fruits. Most of them were from the Great Yuan Army. The Great Yuan Army had sealed off the entrance to the White Dragon Mountain range for their own people to explore. Yi Xian and his group's goal was to break through their defense and enter the White Dragon Mountain range. The White Dragon Mountain is right in front. There are a few Great Yuan Army generals guarding the entrance. Later, the 3 of us will stop this general. When the time comes, you will have to rely on your own strength. The gray-robed elder shouted and led the charge. Enemies! In the distance, the Great Yuan general guarding the entrance of the White Dragon Mountain discovered Yi Xian's group and immediately shouted. In an instant, the experts of the Great Yuan Army immediately came forward to welcome them. A great battle began. Before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, I better raise my cultivation realm. It's safer. Yi Xian said in his heart and held the 8 desolate sword tightly. Although he could kill a rank 7 Great Emperor, the White Dragon Mountain range was extremely dangerous. There might be many rank 8 Great Emperors or even rank 9 Great Emperors inside. If he could break through before entering the White Dragon Mountain range, his chances of survival would at least double. At this moment, the Great Yuan Army generals and the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors had already started fighting. Come, let's have a great battle. Yi Xian's battle intent was ignited and he immediately burrowed into the ground. When the 2 sides started fighting, he suddenly appeared from the side. 8 desolate wind formation. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. With Yi Xian's current cultivation realm, his casual sword attack was his strongest attack. No one below rank 8 Great Emperor could block his sword attack. There were many captains in the Great Yuan Army, but they were all attracted by the rank 7 Great Emperors. Hence, Yi Xian was crazily reaping the lives of the ordinary Great Yuan Army soldiers. It was a battle of 2 against 1. In the first wave of attacks, more than a dozen of the Nether Sect's disciples had fallen. Come here, interspatial rings. As Yi Xian killed the enemies, he used the dual space to store the universe ring. After all, these were all disciples of the ghost cult, and there were many ghost lanterns inside. TCH. This sort of attack wants to break through my 128 layers of pulse guard. Yi Xian was full of disdain. This was an attack from a rank 7 Great Emperor. However, when the sword light landed on Yi Xian's 128 layered earth pulse, it vibrated for 100 times before disappearing into nothingness. Among the people present, there were a few with the earth attribute. However, they had only comprehended the earth pulse. The strongest one had only comprehended 32 layered earth pulse. They were far from Yi Xian's level. So strong. If I had comprehended 256 layered earth pulse, would even a rank 8 Great Emperor not be able to hurt me? Yi Xian immediately felt the power of the earth pulse. However, he did not think too much about it. Collecting the spoils of war was more important. The battle between the 150 people was very intense. In less than 3 seconds, 50 people had fallen. However, most of them were from the ghost cult. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors from the ghost cult were being beaten back by the 4 Great Yuan generals. Stop fighting. Go in. The gray-robed old man shouted. The rest did not dare to fight anymore. They joined forces to break through the defense and charged towards the White Dragon Mountain. At the same time, the 3 rank 8 Great Emperors were also retreating as they approached the White Dragon Mountain. In terms of the number of people killed, Yi Xian had killed the most. Hence, he had obtained the most rewards. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is a rank 6 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The ghost cult had 3 rank 8 Great Emperors. However, there were 4 Great Yuan generals here. Hence, they were still missing 1 person. However, with such a huge commotion, if a Great Yuan marshal were to appear, they would all be done for. Forget it. Let's enter the White Dragon Mountain first. Yi Xian did not intend to find trouble with the 4th rank 8 Great Emperor. Instead, he used ground shrink and burrowed into the ground, heading towards the White Dragon Mountain. The 3 tier 8 Great Emperors of the Nether cult roared as they charged in as well. As for the Great Yuan army's captains and generals, they could only give up on pursuing. The White Dragon Mountain was shrouded in white fog. Even rank 9 Great Emperors could get lost if they entered. What kind of danger is there in the White Dragon Mountain? More than 1,000 people have entered, but only a dozen or so have come out. Moreover, all of them left in a hurry. The Great Yuan army's experts were confused. Hence, they began to clean up the corpses. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered the White Cloud Mountain range. However, he hid underground and was counting the spoils of war. Tisk, TSK, TSK. There are more than 50 ghost lanterns. I've made a huge profit this time. Yi Xian could not help but grin. He estimated that these 50 ghost lanterns could create at least 10 rank 6 Great Emperors and dozens of rank 4 or 5 Great Emperors. Not only that, he still had hundreds of empty ghost lanterns on him. He could store more of them. He first kept these items. Then he braced himself and returned to the ground. I wonder what dangers lie in the White Dragon Mountain. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian began to move forward. He was very careful with every step he took. In such a dangerous place, he could not run. He walked for about 5 minutes, but he did not find anything. Suddenly, he frowned and quickly retreated. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. There's poison in this white fog. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned. If it was not for the notification, he would not have noticed anything strange about this place. However, in the next moment, his footsteps paused again. He could not help but grip the Bahuang sword in his hand tightly. This was because he heard the sound of a flute. Although the sound of the flute was pleasing to the ear, Yi Xian felt that it was very strange. After all, this was the White Dragon Mountain range. The poison just now is a mental poison. It will weaken one's mental strength and Great Emperor's will. Then it will be easy for one to be controlled. Chapter 726. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a feeling that the White Dragon Mountain was not what he had imagined. There might be a huge conspiracy here. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw someone approaching. He quickly looked in that direction with vigilance. Soon, this person entered his sight. It was a young man. Yi Xian had seen this young man before. He was one of the dozens of disciples from the Nether sect. At this moment, this young man closed his eyes and slowly walked towards the sound of the flute. After seeing this, Yi Xian was sure that his guess was correct. Indeed, someone is using this poison and the flute sound to lure people over. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He quickly went over and took the young man's interspatial ring. Should I follow and take a look, or? He poured the contents of the interspatial ring into his devouring space and pondered. In the end, he decided to follow this young man and take a look. At this moment, the young man was already bewitched. When Yi Xian took his interspatial ring, he did not move at all. It was as if he was sleepwalking. Yi Xian followed behind him and slowly approached the flute sound. Along the way, he saw another person who was bewitched by the flute sound. However, this time it was a captain wearing the Dayuan army's armor. Naturally, Yi Xian would not let go of his interspatial ring. He immediately took it. The flute sound was getting closer and closer. Yi Xian was also getting more and more cautious. Although he could not see anyone in the fog, he could feel a powerful aura in front of him. It was at least a rank 8 Great Emperor. Is this the work of a rank 8 Great Emperor? Yi Xian thought about it and felt that something was wrong. After all, there seemed to be another rank 9 great emperor in the White Dragon Mountain. He quickly burrowed into the ground and continued to approach. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting on a big rock 1,000 meters in front of him. He held a green flute in his hand. The flute sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. However, when it entered Yi Xian's ears, it was a little noisy. "Another 3 have come. Let me see how much wealth you have." At this time, the white-robed young man suddenly stood up and directly released his domain, killing 3 people who were approaching him like walking corpses. Then, he dashed over to collect the interspatial rings. "Huh? Why are there 2 people without cosmos rings?" The young man in white was a little surprised. In the next moment, his expression froze and he abruptly turned around. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world 128 layered waves. All of a sudden, Yi Xian appeared behind him and slashed out 36 times in an instant. These 36 slashes were so fast that they left afterimages as they attacked the white-clothed youth. Among them, 15 of them contained 128 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world. Bang! 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 The white-robed youth's reaction was quite fast, but he couldn't withstand the thousands of vibrations and was directly killed. So cool to shrink the ground into an inch. It's an ultimate sneak attack skill. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He quickly walked over and took out a high-level ghost lantern to preserve the will of the great emperor of the white-clothed youth. The willpower of an 8th-order great emperor, what a great gain. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Those low-grade great emperor's willpower were all combined in a spirit lantern, but this 8th-order great emperor's willpower was stored separately by Yi Xian. This was because the more chaotic a great emperor's willpower was, the weaker it would be. Previously, Jiang Tianjin had refined a pure 3rd-order great emperor's willpower and broke through to the 3rd-order great emperor. However, his strength was much weaker than a 3rd-order great emperor. If he refined a random great emperor's willpower, his strength would be even weaker. I'm not in any danger for now. I'll store these great emperor's willpower first. If I need it, I'll suddenly devour it. If not, I'll leave it for others. Yi Xian planned in his heart. Although it wasn't good to refine the great emperor's willpower, there were countless people in the Eastern Continent and Skywater Continent who needed it. If Lin Wenyue, Zhao Pan, and the others refined the great emperor's willpower, they could instantly become Void God Realm great emperors. Most likely, they would never have thought that such a day would come in their lives. Of course, this would have to wait until Yi Xian successfully left the heavenly prison. TSK. The 8th-order great emperor's willpower is really rich. There are also many spirit lanterns inside. It seems like he has killed many people. Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield and left quickly. He knew that the white-robed young man wasn't the only one who did this. The White Dragon Mountain range was so big, there must be an organization. Their goal was to lure others in and kill them. It seemed like the news of the twin life fruit was spread by them. There was no such thing as the twin life fruit here, only a group of wolves waiting for lambs to come to their doorstep. TSK. Although the poison is fierce and no one below the 8th-order Great Emperor realm would be spared. Even 8th-order Great Emperors would be affected if they weren't careful. However, it's useless against me. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was a 6th-order Great Emperor. His body's resistance to poison would increase as his cultivation increased. Therefore, he could move freely in the white mist. Now that Yi Xian knew what was in the White Dragon Mountain range, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. He walked forward for a while, and as expected, he heard the sound of a flute again. He immediately burrowed into the ground and sneaked over. When the other party was busy killing the sleepwalkers, he suddenly made his move. Just a 7th-order Great Emperor? Forget it, he's not bad. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He took off the cloth bag hanging on the waist of the deceased. Inside the bag were interspatial rings. If this continues, I can at least break through to the 7th-order Great Emperor realm, or even the 8th-order Great Emperor realm. This White Dragon Mountain was truly a treasure trove for Yi Xian. After all, these people had already killed quite a few people. However, Yi Xian knew that behind these people, there might be a very powerful ninth-order Great Emperor or even a half-step Supreme. Therefore, he didn't dare to let his guard down. However, after Yi Xian killed the 3 flute men, his luck increased to an azure color, reaching a value of 10,000. Now, I can already leave the heavenly prison, but I'm still far from being able to exchange for the twin fruits. Yi Xian shook his head. A single twin fruits required a purple luck, which was 1,000,000 points of luck. He only had 10,000 points now, so he was still short of 990,000 points. It was really difficult to exchange for a single twin fruits. Others want the twin fruits to condense a second void spirit, but I want to use it to condense a doppelganger. Yi Xian thought as he walked. He was very careful because he suspected that there was a half-step Supreme here. A half-step Supreme was someone who had successfully sealed the Great Emperor's will. Even if it was only 10%, such an expert wasn't someone a ninth-order Great Emperor could fight against. Chapter 727. At that moment, Yi Xian had almost reached the peak of rank 6 Great Emperor and was about to break through to rank 7 Great Emperor. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a flute entered his ears. His body trembled and he quickly followed the sound of the flute. However, after searching for a while, he felt an extremely strong aura. So strong. I am afraid it is a rank 9 Great Emperor. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He was only a 6th-stage Great Emperor. If he encountered a 9th-stage Great Emperor, although he could block the other party's Great Emperor will, it wouldn't be that easy to kill a 9th-stage Great Emperor. However, Yi Xian thought about the spirit lanterns in the devouring space. They were useless. Forget it. I will increase my rank first and continue to collect more. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he directly devoured all the Great Emperor's intent in the devouring space. Ding! Host has broken through. Current rank is rank 7 Great Emperor. A notification came from the system. Anyway, he still had many empty spirit lanterns in the devouring space. He could just go out and collect more. After breaking through, he quickly burrowed into the ground and flew in the direction of the sound of the flute. The sound of the flute was played by a middle-aged man. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground and there were many corpses around him. The smell of blood filled the air and it was very pungent. The blood had seeped into the ground and the ground was bright red. Hiss! 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 More than 10 empty God Realm Great Emperors were heading towards the middle-aged man. Some of them were from the Sunflame Sacred Court and some were from the Dayuan Sacred Court. Among them, there was even a general from the Dayuan Sacred Court. The general of the Dayuan Sacred Court was at least a rank 8 Great Emperor. However, he had accidentally inhaled the poisonous fog into his body and was in a trance. Big Brother is now breaking through the bottleneck and needs a large amount of treasures. The Sunflame Sacred Court and the Spirit Sect will greatly reduce Big Brother's time. As long as Big Brother breaks through to half-step to Supreme Being, he will be able to stand out in the final battle and be noticed by the officials of the Dayuan Sacred Court. He will be able to reach the top in one step. The middle-aged man thought to himself as he started to collect the Chen Kuan rings of the corpses. The luck above his head had already turned blue. However, at that moment, swoosh! Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the air. The middle-aged man's body shook and he quickly left the place. Swish! The sword light slashed through his afterimage. Who? The middle-aged man shouted. He was a dignified 9th-rank Great Sovereign. Yet someone dared to sneak attack him. That person was courting death. However, a person who could launch a sneak attack on him was definitely not an ordinary person. He scanned the surroundings but did not find anyone. Boom! 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 Wall after wall of golden walls rose in front of him. At the same time, he was also covered by golden armor. Which scoundrel is this? Come out! The middle-aged man shouted. However, there was no response. The one who had launched a sneak attack on him was naturally Yi Xian, who had suddenly appeared behind him using the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Unfortunately, this middle-aged man was not weak, and Yi Xian did not succeed in his sneak attack. Metal element, huh? That's great. I'm the one who counters it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and rose from the ground, revealing his true form. Brat? Did you sneak attack me? Asked the middle-aged man, not daring to be careless. Yishen smiled and nodded. That's right. It was me. So, you have comprehended the profound meaning of earth shrinking. However, you have guts to launch a sneak attack on me as a mere 7th-rank great sovereign. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm gutsy enough to kill you. Yi Xian grinned and his face was filled with mockery. You're courting death. The middle-aged man could not stand the mockery and launched an attack. In an instant, he formed hundreds of golden swords and shot them at Yi Xian. Petty tricks. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's right hand shattered. 8 sharp blades struck out and destroyed the golden swords one by one. Wind acceleration? The middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shrinking earth into an inch and wind acceleration were 2 different types of profound mysteries. Now that they appeared on Yi Xian's body, it meant that Yi Xian had 2 types of void spirit souls. Immediately, a look of envy appeared on his face. The twin fruit was a legendary item. After working hard in the Heavens prison for so many years, he only had blue providence. He was still halfway to purple providence. Who would have thought that Yi Xian had eaten one before? Brat, I can't let you live. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red and he launched a powerful attack. Come at me. Yi Xian shouted and clenched his wind dragon slash. 9th-rank great sovereign intent. The middle-aged man glared at Yi Xian and a wave of pressure enveloped Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's 128 layers of pulsating guard blocked at least half of the power. Under the suppression of his great sovereign intent, Yi Xian's speed was only reduced by 20%. At the same time, Yi Xian's dual space that had merged with the 7th-rank great sovereign intent enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's speed was also reduced by 20%. Both sides were evenly matched. Gravity space, wind space? This time, the middle-aged man was shocked. These 2 profundities were the hardest to comprehend among the earth and wind attributes. He had heard of how powerful these 2 profundities were when stacked together, but he didn't expect to see it today. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layers of pulsating earth. A cold light flashed as the middle-aged man hurriedly condensed several golden walls. In addition to his 9th-rank great sovereign intent, ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, this kind of defense couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's sword chi easily broke through more than 10 golden walls and closed in on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked. Only now did he realize that Yi Xian had comprehended 128 layers of pulsating earth. A single pulsating earth would cause more than 100 vibrations. In addition to the attribute suppression and the attack count of the 36 overlapping shadows, the golden walls were like pieces of tofu. The middle-aged man quickly dodged. At this time, he already had thoughts of retreating. Although Yi Xian was only a 7th-rank great sovereign, his talent was unparalleled. He definitely wasn't someone the middle-aged man could match. He immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Haha, a 9th-rank great sovereign is actually afraid of me, a 7th-rank great sovereign. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Yi Xian mocked as he attacked. What a joke. This was a 9th-rank great sovereign. If he could preserve his great sovereign intent, he could create another 9th-rank great sovereign. Although he was only slightly stronger than an 8th-rank great sovereign, there were very few Void God Realm great sovereigns in the Eastern continent. A 9th-rank great sovereign was simply a legend. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian continued to attack. He definitely had to take this middle-aged man's life. Chapter 728. Damn it. I have to find Big Brother. The middle-aged man cursed in his heart. His big brother was currently in seclusion trying to break through to the half-step Supreme Being realm. However, he couldn't care less now that his life was in danger. Big brother, save me, the middle-aged man shouted. This sentence stunned Yi Xian. This 9th stage great emperor isn't the mastermind. There's someone stronger. Yi Xian's face darkened. He estimated that the middle-aged man's big brother was at least a 9th stage great emperor, or even a half-step supreme being. If it was just a 9th stage great emperor, he might be able to deal with it. However, if it was a half-step supreme being, he had to escape immediately. If his dual space was infused with the great emperor's will, it would have some effect on Void God Realm experts. However, a half-step venerable would seal the great emperor's will in their body and condense it into a venerable, which could greatly enhance their physique. He estimated that his dual space would not be effective on a half-step venerable. Should I leave? At this moment, Yi Xian was hesitating. This ninth stage great emperor's physical strength was very strong. However, if he continued to chase, his life would be in danger. Let's go all out and kill this person, then escape through the earth. Yi Xian made his decision. Now, his courage was much smaller than before, but he still had to give it a shot every now and then. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth pulse 128 layers. Yi Xian's attacks were very beautiful. Every time he attacked, a series of afterimages would be sent towards the middle-aged man's back. The middle-aged man had to escape while dodging Yi Xian's attacks. At this moment, he couldn't even be bothered to form the golden rampart and was running for his life. However, at this moment Yi Xian launched another round of attacks. 8 barren wind formation. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't know when 4 sharp blades appeared in front of him and blocked his escape route. Get lost. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he sent the 4 sharp blades flying. However, at this moment, 4 sharp blades suddenly shot out from the ground. Boom! 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 In a series of explosions, the middle-aged man's legs exploded and he fell to the ground. The throbbing pulse of the world had 128 layers. As long as one's attack landed, it would instantly cause 128 vibrations. This was the terrifying aspect of the throbbing pulse of the world. Haha, die! Yi Xian laughed loudly. His eyes turned cold as he crazily hacked at the middle-aged man. 36 overlapping shadows. However, at the moment when he was about to unleash his attack, an explosive shout entered his ears. Stop! Actually, when Yi Xian heard those 2 words, he could have stopped, but was that possible? Swish! A cold light flashed and the middle-aged man was instantly cut in half by the sword chi. At the same time the sword chi cut him, a series of violent vibrations occurred, causing his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Yi Xian immediately burrowed into the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the place where he was just now exploded. This was the attack of the great emperor's will. At the same time, Yi Xian rushed to the corpse and took everything away. Stay here. The mysterious voice sounded again. Yi Xian felt a huge pressure on his shoulder, but it was not enough to suffocate him. He quickly burrowed into the ground and left. Bastard! How dare you kill my second brother? You're courting death. A figure rushed out from the white fog. He glanced at the corpse, then looked around. After locking onto an aura, he immediately chased after it. Yi Xian, who was escaping with the earth shrinking profound, suddenly felt that something was wrong. His heart trembled. What a powerful person. He must be at the peak of the 9th stage great emperor. I can't fight against him. At this moment, he had already obtained the middle-aged man's treasures. He had devoured everything, but he did not have the slightest confidence. If he had been hit by the great emperor's will, he would have been seriously injured. If he had been intimidated, although he could still move, his speed would have been reduced by at least 50%. Fortunately, the middle-aged man's elder brother was not a half-step supreme, but a peak great emperor. If he was a half-step supreme, he would not have used the great emperor's will. He would have appeared in front of him in an instant and killed him. A half-step supreme not only had a strong physique, but could also burn their true chi. After burning their true chi, they could recover. No matter what, they were much stronger than a 9th stage great emperor. Yi Xian ran and dodged at the same time. At this moment, the ground was shaking from the peak great emperor. This peak great emperor wanted to force Yi Xian out, so he attacked indiscriminately. In a few more seconds, I will be out of the White Dragon Mountain range. At that time, I might be able to escape from this guy with the help of the great Yuan army. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he ran at full speed. Boom! 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 This peak great emperor was very angry. After all, his brother had died in front of him. If he did not catch Yi Xian, how could he face his dead brother? However, the earth shrinking profound was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the soil in the heavenly prison could conceal most of the aura. Therefore, he could only follow Yi Xian. After a few seconds, Yi Xian came out of the White Dragon Mountain range. He poked his head out and glanced around. He noticed that there were many great Yuan army soldiers in front of him. Immediately, he rushed towards the great Yuan army. A second after he left the White Dragon Mountain range, the Peak Great Emperor also rushed out and roared. What? The great Yuan army's experts were shocked when they noticed him. Among the great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army in the heavenly prison, only the marshal was a 9th-stage Great Emperor. Now that they saw a Peak Great Emperor, they immediately retreated in fear. Sir, what are you doing? When a De Yuan general saw the middle-aged man rushing towards him, he immediately shouted out explosively, "Get lost!" The Peak Great Emperor shouted as he continued to bombard the ground with his Great Emperor's will. The Peak Great Emperor's will attack could cause an explosion of 10,000 meters. There was a formation 1,000 meters underground in the heavenly prison. Every time he attacked, the formation would be exposed. However, he could still see Yi Xian. He could only feel the aura left behind by Yi Xian. Disperse! Disperse quickly! The great Yuan general shouted anxiously. However, he was still too slow. Boom! The Peak Great Emperor attacked indiscriminately. He did not care about the great Yuan army and directly bombarded them with his Great Emperor's will, killing dozens of great Yuan army experts. There were less than 10 people left in this army of 50. Of the 3 great Yuan generals, 2 were dead, and only 1 was left. However, this Peak Great Emperor was from the great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. His face had been seen. If he let these people go, he would be wanted. Therefore, these survivors must die. Boom! 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 The Peak Great Emperor glared again. The remaining great Yuan army experts were all killed. Their corpses were torn apart and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 729. Damn brat! Don't let me see you again! The Peak Great Emperor roared at the sky. Earlier, he had been bombarding the ground with his Great Emperor's will because of Yi Xian's aura. However, he was obstructed by the De Yuan army and lost track of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already fled far away. Huff huff! That scared me to death. That guy is already a Peak Great Emperor. If I were to face him head-on, I would definitely be the one to die. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of a rank 9 Great Emperor was actually divided into different levels. Only those who had condensed their Great Emperor's will to the peak could attempt to break through to the half-step Supreme Realm. That Peak Great Emperor was obviously qualified. He did not dare to be negligent. He did not even dare to show his head as he was afraid that the Peak Great Emperor would lock onto his aura. He advanced towards the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's territory. After running for half a day, he finally returned to the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's territory. Now that I'm a rank 7 Great Emperor, as long as I don't encounter a Peak Great Emperor, I won't be in danger. Yi Xian looked at the blue providence above his head. It was the providence he had obtained after killing the middle-aged man. TSK. I actually obtained 200,000 providence after killing that middle-aged man. With another 700,000, I can exchange them for the twin fruits. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Now that he had so much providence, he could almost obtain all of the low-grade providence such as red, orange, yellow, and green ones. This time, he decided to go to the 3 main cities to take a look. There were 3 overlords in the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's territory in the Heaven Prison. Yi Xian was currently in the territory of Qinghua, one of the 3 overlords. Qinghua was a half-step Supreme Realm expert, but no one knew how many Great Emperor's wills he had sealed. At the same time, the main city under his rule was called Qinghua City. After killing for so long, Yi Xian's internal organs, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were tired. Ever since he had obtained the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, he did not need to sleep. This time, he wanted to go to the main city to have a good meal and then sleep. Now, he had the qualifications to leave the heavenly prison, but his goal was the twin fruits, so he wanted to rest for a while before working hard again. He spent 2 days rushing all the way to the front of Blue Fire City. The fate above his head was blue, and it was very eye-catching. Many people stopped to look at him. "Brother, your luck, right?" Just as Yi Xian entered Green Fire City, a wretched-looking man suddenly approached him and asked in a low voice, "His luck is still there?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. At the same time, he glanced at the wretched man. He only had a red light above his head. However, that wretched-looking man was a rank 7 great emperor. Truly, one could not judge a book by its cover. "Brother, you don't know? It's true that you can only buy things from the shops under the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, but you know." The wretched man raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, Yi Xian understood. That wretched-looking man also had a shop, but he wanted to do some buying in private. For example, he wanted Yi Xian to pretend to buy things and then deduct his luck to earn some fees for exchanging his luck. "What's the price?" Yi Xian asked in a low voice. 100,000 luck for 120,000 luck items. "What do you think?" said the wretched-looking man. Yi Xian paused. It seemed that this was a good deal. He also knew that the item that was worth 120,000 luck was paid by the shop owner himself. Then, the shop owner could share Yi Xian's luck with others who needed it. After all, the twin fruits required 1 million luck. Not everyone could get that much. "Sorry, I don't need it yet." Yi Xian shook his head. If he used up the luck, he might not be able to break through. However, with his current luck, if he killed those low-level people, he could almost completely plunder their luck. If he returned to the red light, the difference would not be big, and he would not plunder much. It was a loss. Hey, brother! Don't go!" The wretched-looking man chased after him. Yi Xian could not be bothered with him. After all, no fighting was allowed in Blue Fire City. After all, this city was full of hidden experts. There must be more than one half-step supreme. If anyone dared to fight, even if they escaped, they would be wanted. If they were wanted, how could they leave heaven's prison in the future? "If I need you, I will come to you." After saying that, Yi Xian left quickly. To him, luck was not much different. It could be used to improve his cultivation level. He could not use it to show off, but he could plunder more luck from others. After all, if he died, it did not matter whether a part of his luck was taken or all of it dissipated. He found a restaurant and ordered some dishes. Fortunately, not all the shops in Blue Fire City belonged to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. One didn't need luck to eat here. "I haven't eaten for a few months. I'm going to have a big meal today." Yi Xian looked at the delicacies that were brought up one after another and immediately had an appetite. In fact, he did not need to eat for a long time. He could absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi to satisfy his hunger. However, the heaven and earth yuan qi did not have any taste at all. Therefore, the restaurant was still very popular. The restaurant was very big and people came and went. As Yi Xian ate, he listened attentively to see if there was anything new. He had made the right choice in coming here. It was said that there would be a great battle in half a month's time. This great battle would be a chaotic battle between the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In every great battle, there would be countless experts who would fall. There were also countless geniuses who stood out. There were even people who obtained purple luck and exchanged it for the twin fruits. Half a month's time. Yi Xian was suddenly interested. At this time, he was already a rank 7 great emperor. If he participated in this great battle, he might be able to break through to rank 9 great emperor. He just did not know if a peak great emperor needed something to break through to a half-step supreme. Just as Yi Xian was planning in his heart, a man suddenly walked towards him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was because he felt that the man's aura was not any weaker than the peak great emperor he met in the White Dragon Mountain range. Another peak great emperor. Yi Xian's heart trembled. This Blue Fire City was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He originally thought that the man was just passing by and was also here to eat. He did not expect the man to come straight to him. "Little brother, my master invites you to the 3rd floor for a gathering." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and turned his head. He realized that the peak great emperor was actually talking to him. "Your master is..." Yi Xian paused and asked in shock. Chapter 730. "Little brother, you'll know when you get here. Don't worry. No one will dare to make a move in Green Fire City, said the man. Yishen narrowed his eyes. He was very curious about the master that this peak great emperor was talking about. In the heavenly prison, anyone who could recruit a peak great emperor as a helper was definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be a half-step supreme being? Yishen raised his eyebrows. Perhaps this half-step supreme being saw that he was young and had good aptitude, so he wanted to recruit him or take him as a disciple. All right, lead the way. Yishen nodded and stood up. The man did not waste any time and directly led Yishen upstairs to a private room. Master, he's here, said the man respectfully outside the door. From time to time, an old voice drifted out from inside. Come in. Then the man pushed the door open and let Yishen in alone, while he guarded the door. Yishen's heart trembled. He felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. When he entered the private room, he saw an old figure. After seeing this person, Yishen could not help but exclaim, It's you! The master sitting in the private room was actually the barbecued old man that Yishen had met when he first entered the heavenly prison. He was the white-haired old man who gave him a flask of flame dragon wine and asked him a few questions about the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. Hee, I didn't expect you to recognize me. The white-haired old man grinned. Senior, why are you here? Yishen was very shocked. When Yishen first entered the heavenly prison, this white-haired old man was the first person that Yishen met in the heavenly prison. At that time, Yishen felt that this old man was not an ordinary person. However, Yishen was only a first-stage great emperor at that time. Now, the man who invited Yishen upstairs was a peak great emperor. The difference was so big that Yishen couldn't accept it for a while. Little brother, I didn't expect you to break through from First-Order Great Emperor all the way to Seventh-Order Great Emperor in just a few months. That's amazing. The white-haired old man poured a cup of flame dragon wine and delivered it to Yishen using his true energy. Yishen drank it all in one gulp. Then, he asked in astonishment, May I know what Senior is looking for me for? Okay. Then I'll get straight to the point. The white-haired old man nodded and said, I want to make a deal with you. What deal? Yishen raised his eyebrows. In his estimation, this white-haired old man was very likely to be a half-step supreme being. However, there was nothing on him that could make a half-step supreme being covet. 1 twin fruit in exchange for your weapon, the white-haired old man said directly. Weapons? Yishen shuddered. The first thing that came to his mind was the Bahuang sword, followed by the Wind Dragon Slash and the Thunder Sword. Previously, I told you that the Wind Thunder Emperor stole a key. Now that the 9th Wind Thunder Palace has been found, only the corpse of the Wind Thunder Emperor was found. However, the key was not found. The white-haired old man stood up and said, Therefore, I suspect that the Wind Thunder Emperor has fused the key into the Wind Thunder Slash or the Thunder Sword. This news frightened Yishen. The Wind Dragon Slash was only an upper-grade Void God weapon. Not many people would covet it. However, if the Wind Dragon Slash contained the key to open the ruins, it would be a crime to possess a treasure. Senior, are you sure? Yishen frowned and asked. I'm not sure, but I can try. Therefore, I'll use a twin fruit in exchange for your Wind Dragon Slash. As the white-haired old man spoke, a red and blue fruit suddenly appeared in his hand. Yishen had seen the picture of the twin fruit before. Therefore, he recognized it at a glance. This was indeed the twin fruit. It's really the twin fruit. If I have it, I can directly condense a doppelganger. It's equivalent to having 2 lives. Yishen's eyes shone brightly. He was very eager to obtain this twin fruit. Seeing Yishen's expression, the white-haired old man asked again, Little brother, what do you think? But the Thunder Sword is not with me. Yishen frowned and said, It doesn't matter. The Thunder Sword is only the Wind Thunder Emperor's secondary weapon. The Wind Dragon Slash is his main weapon. If you don't have it, you can get it for me. The white-haired old man replied. Hearing this, Yishen glanced at him. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Okay, I'll do it. Yishen agreed immediately. He could already leave the heaven prison, but he did not leave immediately. His purpose was to obtain a twin fruit. Now that there was a twin fruit in front of him, how could he not exchange it? Immediately, he took out the Wind Dragon Slash. It is indeed the Wind Dragon Slash. Good, little brother. This twin fruit is yours. The white-haired old man recognized the Wind Dragon Slash as the Wind Thunder Emperor's main weapon. Yi Xian received the twin fruit and excitedly put it into his devouring space. Little brother, you already have dual attributes. You can keep this twin fruit for others. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he added, if the Wind Dragon Slash is not with you, you can get the Thunder Sword. So, little brother, please stay in Green Fire City for a day or two. The Thunder Sword is outside the Heaven Prison. Yi Xian added, it's fine. When the time comes, I can bring you out of the Heaven Prison. The white-haired old man smiled. Bringing someone out of the Heaven Prison casually? It seemed that this white-haired old man's identity was not ordinary. For such an expert, even if he was killed in a restaurant, no one would find out. Even if he was discovered, nothing would happen. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have made this deal directly. Fortunately, the other party was principled. He only wanted the Wind Dragon Slash. If it's only a day or two, it won't be a problem. I want to participate in the final battle in half a month. Yi Xian nodded. It won't take long. 3 days at most. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he left directly. As for Yi Xian, he also left the restaurant and found a place to stay. As for the Peak Great Emperor who had invited him upstairs, he followed him and stood outside his courtyard. So be it. Let's take a look at my doppelganger first. In the room, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Ding! The host has successfully condensed a doppelganger. The host is currently in a merged state. The system beeped. Yi Xian was wild with joy. He hurriedly summoned his doppelganger. 2 identical Yi Xian stood opposite each other. They shared the same thoughts and the same devouring space. Even if my original body dies, as long as my doppelganger is still here, I will not die. Yi Xian's expression was aghast. Both his original body and doppelganger were himself. At this moment, he was in a non-merged state. In other words, he also had the doppelganger's vision. However, if the original body and doppelganger were not merged, the doppelganger would not break through. Chapter 731. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the devouring space is shared. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Only then did he realize that the cloud of providence above his clone's head was red in color. It seemed that he had to leave the Heaven's Prison with his original body, while his avatar remained in the Heaven's Prison. First, I'll spend all my providence and leave behind 10,000. Then, my avatar will leave the Heaven's Prison and return safely. Yi Xian planned in his heart. Yi Xian's original body merged with his avatar and left the Heaven's Prison. This time, he was going to spend all his providence until he was left with only 10,000. When the Peak Great Emperor saw him coming out, he followed behind him. Yi Xian's original body merged with his avatar, but the providence cloud above his head was still blue. He came to a shop under the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty in Greenfire City and exchanged all his blue providence for heaven and earth treasures, leaving him with only 10,000. Then he returned to his residence. Devour! At this moment, Yi Xian's original body and avatar were in a merged state, so both of them could improve. I'm still a distance away from becoming a rank 8 Great Emperor, but I'm not afraid of that Peak Great Emperor now. Yi Xian thought to himself and stayed in the house for 3 days. After 3 days, the Peak Great Emperor knocked on his door and said, "Little brother, you can leave now." Yi Xian, who was resting in the house, immediately sat up when he heard the news. He could leave, which meant that the relic key was indeed in the Wind Dragon Slash. Forget it. I shouldn't expect too much. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have the strength to go to a relic that even a half-step supreme coveted. Besides, would they let him go? When Yi Xian opened the door, the Peak Great Emperor had already left. Now it was time for Yi Xian to leave. I have 10,000 providence. I'll exchange for a prison release token, so that my avatar can leave the Heaven's Prison and return safely. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he immediately went to exchange for a release order and a release document. He was the only one who could use the jail-leaving document that had his face on it. However, the clone was still him, so it didn't matter. Then Yi Xian merged with his body and left Green Fire City. Then, he found a place where no one was around and created a clone. He had the clone head to the exit point. His original body, on the other hand, was heading to the location of the final battle between the Sunflame Holy Dynasty and the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. Since the devouring space was shared, he wanted to take advantage of the time when his clone returned to the Eastern continent to get more Great Emperor's will. The final battle will take place in 3 days. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty has already formed an army of 10,000 people. All of them are high-level great sovereigns. There will even be half-supreme experts. TSK, Tisk. Yi Xian had arrived near the location of the final battle. Countless people had set up camp here, waiting for the start of the battle. At the same time, his clone had already left the Heaven Prison and was preparing to cross the Death Desert and return to the Eastern continent. The Death Desert is just child's play to me now. Yi Xian ordered his clone to enter the Death Desert. However, before that, his original body wanted to go to the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty's territory and break through to rank 8 Great Sovereign. At the same time, he could get some Great Emperor's will for others to break through. However, Song Suijing and Song Caijue did not need it. As long as they had enough cultivation resources, they could break through quickly. After making the decision, Yi Xian used Ground Shrink to enter the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty's territory. The final battle was imminent, so the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty had gathered a large number of troops. Those who dared to find trouble with these troops were usually experts. Yi Xian was very strong now. As long as he did not encounter a half-step supreme, he would be fine. There's 100-men battalion there. Yi Xian suddenly poked his head out and took a look. 100-men battalion would at most have a rank 8 Great Sovereign General. There would not be a rank 9 Great Sovereign Marshal. Even if there were 10 rank 8 Great Sovereigns, they would not be as threatening as a rank 9 Great Sovereign. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide. He directly revealed his true form and charged over. Enemy attack! Although Yi Xian was fast, the Great Yuan army immediately recognized the providence above his head. So what if you see me? Yi Xian snorted coldly and charged into the camp. In the next moment, the Great Yuan army's camp was filled with bloodshed. At the same time, the Great Yuan army's camp quickly sent out a signal to ask for reinforcements. Unfortunately, they could not block Yi Xian's sword. In less than 10 seconds, the 100-men battalion was destroyed by Yi Xian. The 2 Great Yuan generals in charge were killed by Yi Xian. Hundreds of Chen Kuan rings and hundreds of enemy providence. Before the enemy's experts arrived, Yi Xian had already escaped. At this moment, the providence above his head had turned green again. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to rank 8 Great Sovereign. As long as I break through to rank 8 Great Sovereign, no one in the Void God realm will be my match. If I break through to rank 9 Great Sovereign, I might be able to contend with a half-step honorable. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. With the dual space, various ultimacies, and bloodline, he had the strength to challenge those of a higher rank. At this moment, he was looking for his next target. As long as he destroyed another camp, he would be able to break through to rank 8 Great Sovereign. Oh, a camp about 3 times the size. There might be a rank 9 Great Sovereign Marshal. Yi Xian found another target, but this time he hesitated. The camp in front of him was 3 times the size of the previous one. There might be a rank 9 Great Sovereign inside. There were differences in strength between rank 9 Great Sovereigns. He did not care about ordinary rank 9 Great Sovereigns, but he was afraid that he would encounter a peak Great Sovereign. Although he was confident that he could deal with a peak Great Sovereign, if he couldn't destroy the camp in half a minute, it might attract the attention of the surrounding experts. After all, this was a decisive battle, and there might be a half-step honorable. Hence, he made a plan for himself. 10 seconds he would go there, and after 10 seconds he would retreat. This was the same as an experienced assassin. If the first attack failed, he would immediately retreat. Kill. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the camp with hundreds of people. Enemy attack. A Dayuan captain discovered Yi Xian, but in the next moment he was killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not even have time to collect his Chen Kuan ring, and directly killed his way into the camp. Another bloodbath was set off. The war between the two great sage dynasties had left millions of corpses, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. The death toll in the Heavens prison was in the tens of millions every year. Some years it could even reach 100 million. Every great sage dynasty had Supreme Being experts who had passed the Supreme Being tribulation. Void God Realm Kings and Void God Realm Emperors were nothing more than cannon fodder in the eyes of Supreme Being experts. Chapter 732. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yi Xian charged into the De Yuan camp. While using the 8 Baron Wind formation to kill the enemies, he held an ordinary high-grade Void God weapon in his hand and harvested the lives of the enemies. Every second, there would be yin and yang rings flying towards him. The entire camp was like a slaughterhouse. It was chaotic. "Kid, you're courting death." A loud roar rang out. There was originally a 9th stage Great Emperor and 5 8th stage Great Emperors in the camp. However, before Yi Xian charged in, there was a Peak Great Emperor patrolling the area. Peak Great Emperor. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. He actually encountered a Peak Great Emperor. However, he was not afraid of a Peak Great Emperor now. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. Yi Xian looked at the Great Yuan Army's marshal who was charging towards him and attacked with all his might. The Sword God Bloodline, the Beast God Bloodline, the 8 Desolation Sword, the Earth Pulse, and Yi Xian could kill a 9th rank Great Emperor with a casual swing of his sword. Unstoppable. The Peak Great Emperor's face darkened. This was because his Great Emperor's intent did not have much effect. If he forcefully blocked this attack, he would be severely injured. He quickly dodged and launched a fierce attack on Yi Xian. At the same time, the 9th stage Great Emperor and 5 8th stage Great Emperors in the camp arrived and launched a group attack on Yi Xian. Haha. Good one. Yi Xian laughed 3 times. At this moment, it had only been 5 seconds since he charged into the De Yuan camp. He estimated that if no one else interfered, he would need at most 5 seconds to deal with that Peak Great Emperor. However, there were now 6 extra people. Therefore, he could not deal with that Peak Great Emperor first. He had to deal with the other 6 first. 8 Baron Wind Formation. Go. Each of the 8 desolate swords contained the 128 layers of the Great Earth Pulse. Only a 9th Order Great Emperor could barely withstand it. However, the other 5 8th stage Great Emperors could not block it. Boom! 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 As Yi Xian fought with the Peak Great Emperors, he used the 8 Desolate Sword to kill the 5 rank 8 Great Emperors. At the same time, he controlled their interspatial rings to fly toward him. Under such circumstances, the Peak Great Sovereign and the other Type 9 Great Sovereign could not care less about the storage rings and focused on attacking Yi Xian. But they never expected that Yi Xian would have a devouring system. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 8 Great Emperor. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian's serious face couldn't help but reveal a trace of an evil smile. Die! After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength had increased by a large margin, and he directly slashed out at the 9th Order Great Emperor. This slash was at least twice as fast as the previous one, slicing the 9th Order Great Emperor in half. Instant kill. A 9th Order Great Emperor. The Peak Great Emperor was shocked. He couldn't figure out why Yi Xian was so powerful. He immediately turned around and left, because there seemed to be a half-step sovereign who had just broken through nearby. Sovereign White Dragon. Save me! The Peak Great Emperor roared, and his voice traveled over 100,000 meters. Sovereign! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but in the next moment, he understood that the other party was probably only asking for help from a half-step sovereign. Even if you call your father, it's useless. Yi Xian slashed out. Pong! 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 The Peak Great Emperor turned around to receive the slash, but he could only withstand a few 128 layered Earth Pulse before he was killed. Now, not only could Yi Xian kill a 9th Order Great Emperor, but he could also kill a Peak Great Emperor. Humph! Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the spatial rings of the Peak Great Emperor and the 9th Order Great Emperor, then quickly burrowed into the ground. The Peak Great Emperor had asked for help from a half-step supreme. With Yi Xian's current realm, He could not fight against a half-step supreme, so he had to retreat. Not long after Yi Xian left, a middle-aged man came over. This person was dressed in white. If Yi Xian was still here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man as the peak great emperor who had chased after him back then. Even a peak great emperor has fallen. Who did it? When the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. In the next moment his eyes flashed. This aura! It's that brat! Sovereign White Dragon's aura suddenly surged. He turned around to look at the frightened Yuan army commanders and shouted, "You guys? Who saw that brat's face?" The experts of the great Yuan army had all hidden themselves. However, amongst the people present, there were still a few who saw Yi Xian's face. They hurriedly described him in their own words. "Bastard brat. Consider yourself lucky to have run fast." Sovereign White Dragon couldn't help but roar in his heart. After all, Yi Xian had killed his younger brother. Huff, huff, what a powerful aura. It must be that Sovereign White Dragon. Yi Xian had already fled far away. Before he left, he felt an aura that was at least several times stronger than a peak great emperor. It scared him so much that his legs were very nimble. However, he didn't know that Sovereign White Dragon was the peak great emperor from White Dragon Mountain that day. He also didn't know that the other party had already broken through. Now that I've broken through to the 8th stage great emperor, the Deyuan army should be on guard after this incident. I better go back and wait for the 3 of them for the final battle. Yi Xian thought in his heart and immediately fled back to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory. Before the final battle, there would be many experts from both sides coming to harass them. However, they wouldn't cause too much trouble. After all, the final battle was a battle between tens of thousands of people. The scene was so grand that it could scare Void God Realm kings. During these 3 days, Yi Xian stayed in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory obediently. At the same time, his clone had already passed through the Desert of Death and arrived at the Eastern Continent. At that time, he was separated from Wuxiang and the others and was captured by the Desert Bandits. After that, Wuxiang escaped with serious injuries while he was sent to the Heavens Prison. It had been a few months since then. If Wuxiang returned to the Eastern Continent, Yi Chong and the others would be very anxious. Therefore, Yi Xian hurriedly sent his clone back to the Eastern Continent. He quickly returned to the Sword God Pagoda and flew up. "Who's there?" Immediately, a disciple of the Sword God Palace shouted, "Tai Palace, Yi Xian." Yi Xian's clone directly reported his name. After hearing this name, the disciple's body trembled. How could he not know Yi Xian? "Are 8 Desolate Princess and 4 Moon Palace Master here?" Yi Xian quickly asked. "Yes, yes." The disciple quickly nodded. After hearing that Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan were still in the Sword God Palace, Yi Xian directly flew to the 8 Desolate Palace. Chapter 733. There had been no news from Yi Xian in the past few months. Wuxiang had also returned to the Sword God's Palace through the Desert of Death. Therefore, Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan were very worried about Yi Xian's safety. Yi Xian was afraid that Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan had gone out to look for him. Therefore, when he returned, he immediately rushed to the 8-Wind Palace. Coincidentally, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, Duan Muyun, and the others were planning to go to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty to inquire about Yi Xian. "Father, Mother, I'm back." Yi Xian hastily rushed in. When the 3 saw Yi Xian, their bodies trembled. They immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Yi Xian, Father, Mother, I'm sorry. We ran into some trouble some time ago, but it's solved now. Is senior brother Wuxiang back?" Yi Xian hastily said. "Phew." The 3 heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Xian was fine. "Wuxiang is fine too. We've been looking for you for the past few months," Yi Chong said with relief. Yi Xian also understood that the Sword God's Palace had a force in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty guarded by the Peerless Sword God. After he went missing, Wuxiang should have brought the news to him and asked him to help find him. However, there was no need for that now. "What about Zhang Tianjin?" Yi Xian asked again. "He went missing like you. There's no news about him." Jiang Xinyan shook her head. "No news." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That day, Jiang Tianjin had used 3 layers of heaven-burning flames to injure him. After that, he had escaped, causing him to be captured by Lord Jiu and sent to the heavenly prison. Although it was thanks to Jiang Tianjin that he had broken through to the 8th rank Great Sovereign Realm, he had to take revenge. What happened? Did Jiang Tianjin attack you? Yi Chong frowned. No, father. That day, a group of us joined forces to fight against the desert bandits. In the end, we couldn't win and scattered. I was accidentally caught. Later, a senior passed by and saved me. Yi Xian made up a lie on the spot. I see. After hearing those words, Yi Chong and the others finally understood. In any case, Yi Xian was standing in front of them alive. As for Jiang Tianjin's life or death, they didn't care. By the way, father, mother, Uncle Duanmu, I have a few gifts for you. Yi Xian suddenly grinned. What? The 3 of them were astonished. Next, Yi Xian took out 3 high-grade ghost lanterns. Inside were the wills of 3 great emperors that had fallen from the 8th order. This is the Spectre Lantern. It contains the wills of 3 8th order great emperors that I have collected. After you refine it, you can break through to the 8th order great emperor realm. Yi Xian said calmly. What? Yi Chong and the other 2 were stunned. 8th stage great emperor? One had to know that the 3 of them had just broken through not too long ago. Among them, Yi Chong had managed to reach the 2nd order great emperor realm with the help of the 6 sword god. But now, Yi Xian suddenly said that he had a way to help them break through to the 8th order great emperor realm. Immediately, they thought of the same person. Jiang Tianjin. That Jiang Tianjin had obtained a 3rd order great emperor's will from the 9 heavens sword god. After refining it, he had broken through to the 3rd order great emperor realm. Although he was weaker than the average 3rd order great emperor realm, he was still stronger than the 3 of them. I'm lucky to have encountered a fortuitous encounter. My current cultivation realm is already at the 7th order great emperor realm. Yi Xian said calmly. This news was like a bomb that exploded in the hearts of the 3 of them. After not seeing each other for a few months, Yi Xian had actually broken through to the 7th order great emperor realm. However, what they didn't know was that the current Yi Xian was only a clone. His main body had already broken through to the 8th order great emperor realm. As long as he merged with his clone would also break through to the 8th order great emperor realm. Of course, father, if you want to cultivate on your own, I can help you get cultivation resources. Yi Xian continued. He wasn't forcing them to break through to the 8th order great emperor realm. It was just a suggestion. He let the 3 of them make their own choice. Although this is a forced breakthrough, my family is already reunited. I don't have the motivation that I had back then, so I'll choose to refine it. Yi Chong said directly. And the 9 heavens sword god is only a 5th order great emperor, but he's always pulling a long face. If we break through, he'll have to beat around the bush when he sees us. Duanmu Yun also made her choice. I'll refine it too. If I cultivate on my own, who knows how long it will take for me to break through to the 8th order great emperor realm. Jiang Xinyan said. Hearing that the 3 of them had unanimously chosen to refine the 8th order great emperor's will, Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. The 8th order great emperor's will was just the beginning. In the future, he would get the 9th order great emperor's will and nurture everyone to the peak of the great emperor realm. Previously, because of the white dragon sovereign, Yi Xian only took the Chen Kuan ring and left. When the time for the final battle came, he would definitely collect a large amount of great emperor's will and strengthen his family. Immediately, the 3 of them began to refine the will. Yi Xian stood guard at the side. He was going to wait for the 3 of them to finish refining before heading to the chaotic astral ocean to check on the situation. While the 3 of them were refining the will, in the distant heavenly prison, the final battle had finally begun. Woo! Ooh! Woo! A bugle horn sounded. The Sunfire Army and Great Yuan Army on both sides of the heavenly prison's final battle were ready to set off. The 2 armies had sent 20,000 men each. In addition, the 2 great sage dynasties had sent 10,000 men each. They were all at least 6th order great emperors. The scene was extremely grand. At this moment, Yi Xian was already holding the 8 desolate sword tightly, waiting for the leader to appear. Father and mother will be done refining soon. Now I'll go and get some Ninth Order Great Emperor's will. In the heavenly prison, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Although his avatar was only a Seventh Order Great Emperor, it did not matter. If he broke through to Ninth Order Great Emperor, he just needed to merge once and his avatar would break through to Ninth Order Great Emperor. What he had to deal with now was the final battle. Everyone, the bugle horn for the final battle has sounded. This time, the final battle will be led by the three of us. Suddenly, three experts flew out. Yi Xian turned his head. Although the three of them had concealed their auras, Yi Xian knew that the three of them should be half-step to sovereign. But he did not know how much they had sealed the great emperor's will. Was it half or 10%? So they are the generals under the three great leaders. Among them, Feng Xiang from Greenfire City is the strongest. I heard that he had sealed 10% of the great emperor's will. I wonder which three half-step to sovereign the great Yuan sacred dynasty will send. Half-step to sovereign will only lead us. Their opponents can only be half-step to sovereign. They will not interfere in the battle between empty gods. It doesn't matter who comes. You can't say that. If our leader wins, it will be a great boost to our morale. Chapter 734. The people below were discussing in hushed voices. This group of people usually moved in groups. If a fight broke out, they would be able to take care of each other. A person like Yi Xian, who acted alone, was either a powerful expert or someone with an incomplete brain. Woo woo woo. The sound of the bugle horn resounded in the sky again. The final battle would begin when the third horn sounded. Yi Xian held the 8th desolate sword tightly. He wished that his doppelganger was here. That way his strength would be doubled. Woo woo woo. Finally, the third horn sounded. The people from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty trembled. Immediately, they roared and started running. It's finally starting. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This time, he was going to start a massacre. He quickly used the Earth Shrink ultimacy and burrowed into the ground. It was very dangerous to blend in with the crowd. He had to reach the edge of the battlefield so that he wouldn't be surrounded. Anyway, his goal was the same as the others, to make a killing and leave. Kill. Everyone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty shouted the same word as they charged towards each other. Violent Army, go. Whirling Dragon Army, go. Violent Thunder Army, go. The half-step Supreme Being in the sky shouted. The Violent Thunder Army was a hidden army formed by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. They were all fire attribute great emperors who had comprehended the Raging Flames ultimacy. The Whirling Dragon Army was formed by wind attribute great emperors. As for the Violent Thunder Army, they were naturally lightning attribute great emperors. Among them, the Whirling Dragon Army and the Violent Thunder Army added up to less than 100 people. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's army was in formation. They took the lead and immediately set up a defensive layer. The Violent Thunder Army, the Whirling Dragon Army, and the Violent Thunder Army immediately used their ultimacies. Raging Flames Ultimacy, Death Storm, Myriad Heavenly Thunder. The three ultimacies started to bombard their opponents. The first wave of attacks was to see whose defense would be broken first. So scary. This was Yi Xian's first time participating in a major battle, and this scene immediately stunned him. This scene was like the end of the world. Even if a half-step Supreme Being was in the middle of the two armies, they would probably be blasted into nothingness. Half-step Supreme Being only had their wills sealed within their bodies. They were able to withstand most of the great emperor's wills. Only by becoming a Supreme Being could one condense the Supreme Being golden body and be completely immune to the will of the great emperor. Too scary. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. At this time, he had already rushed to the periphery of the battlefield of the final battle and was prepared to slaughter in the periphery. At this time, 3 Void God Realm Emperors who had the same idea as him flew over. Brat, you dare to be alone? You're courting death. The 3 of them launched a coordinated attack on Yi Xian. You're the ones who are going to die. Dual space. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and the will of an 8th Order Great Emperor fused into the space around him. At the same time, their attacks were blocked by the wind blades and wind walls. Yi Xian did not even raise his hand. Die! Selah, Selah, Selah. 3 crisp sounds were heard, and the heads of the 3 flew up. Yi Xian's luck increased tremendously. What a joke. 3 7th-order great emperors dared to find trouble with him, a 8th-order great emperor. They were really courting death. 8 desolate sword. Shatter. Yi Xian immediately shattered the 8 desolate sword, and it turned into 8 sharp blades and attacked. He was at the periphery and would not be trapped. Under such circumstances, it was a good choice to use the Death Storm. However, it would be too immoral to kill his own people by accident. He was also a member of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty, and he had to consider the big picture. In the distance, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's army were still in the midst of exchanging blows. Not only that, but the 3 half-step supreme beings from the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty had also started to exchange blows with the half-step supreme beings from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Although Yi Xian could not see them clearly, he could feel 6 powerful auras. I don't care so much. Kill. Yi Xian controlled the 8 sharp blades and charged towards a group of 6 people. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. No one below the half-step Supreme Being realm could withstand his attacks. He could even kill several people with 1 strike. Coupled with the 8 sharp blades, Yi Xian's killing speed was unparalleled. There are more people there. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He saw a group of people attacking from afar, and there was no Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's army around. Good chance. Death Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a death storm was set off. When a great emperor of the 8th Order used profound mysteries, his speed was still much faster than a great emperor of the 7th Order. In an instant, a bloody storm broke out in that area. Countless severed limbs flew out from the sky, and the universe ring flew towards Yi Xian without exception. At the same time, the large number of interspatial rings attracted the attention of some people. What a joke. You want to snatch Yi Xian's things? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He quickly drew his sword and killed those who coveted his interspatial rings. Some of them were from the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty, while others were from the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty. Dozens of interspatial rings fell into Yi Xian's hands. With a thought, Yi Xian devoured everything inside. Now start collecting the Great Emperor's will. Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. He immediately took out the spirit lantern and started collecting. He's from the spirit sect. Kill him. When the others saw this, they were immediately enraged. Humph. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Yi Xian glared at them. In the next moment, those who were hostile to him were immobilized. 8th Order Great Emperor's will and dual space. Even a peak Great Emperor's movement speed would be reduced by 80%. 80% movement speed was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Die! Yi Xian did not care which camp they were from. Those who dared to target him would not have a good ending. Hiss! 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 Their necks were sliced by the wind blade. Their heads flew up and their interspatial rings flew to Yi Xian without exception. Now no one dared to provoke Yi Xian. They all retreated. Be it the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty or the Dayuan Sacred Dynasty, they all hid far away. Not bad, not bad. My goal this time is to create a 9th Order Great Emperor. This is not enough. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This time he directly charged into the crowd. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layered earth pulse. 8 barren wind formation. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a harvester. Wherever he went, there would be a bloodbath. The number of people he had killed had reached hundreds. Chapter 735. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Come and die. A peak Great Emperor targeted Yi Xian and charged over. You overestimate yourself. Die. Yi Xian casually launched a series of attacks. Within the 36 overlapping shadows, he could already fuse the 128 layers of Earth Pulse 20 times, which was extremely powerful. In addition to the restriction of the dual space, this peak Great Emperor couldn't dodge in time and could only forcefully block the attacks. Bang! 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 This peak Great Emperor's weapon vibrated thousands of times in an instant. Both his arms were shaken to the point that his bones were fractured. Then, he was killed by the remaining force of the 36 overlapping shadows. Humph! Yi Xian swiftly rushed over and took out the highest quality spirit lantern to preserve this peak Great Emperor's will. Although refining a Great Emperor's will was weaker than breaking through normally, it was enough. Now, Yi Xian's strength had shocked the hundreds of people around him. They all retreated, but Yi Xian wouldn't let any of them go. Every second, there were more than 10 corpses falling from the sky. At the same time, more than 10 interspatial rings flew towards Yi Xian like dazzling meteors. At this time, Yi Xian's luck had already turned green. It was so dark that it was close to blue. The more he killed, the braver and stronger he became. He kept moving forward and charged towards the direction of the Deyuan army. Death Storm. Yi Xian directly executed a super-powerful death storm in the midst of the enemy. Countless wind blades swept up, and another rain of blood fell from the sky. After dealing with this 100-man phalanx, Yi Xian moved on to the second one. Among the people present, other than the 6 half-step supreme experts in the sky, he was the only one who dared to do so. Even a peak Great Emperor would have to retreat when hundreds of high-level Great Emperors attacked at the same time. However, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. Even if someone managed to hit him, they would be disintegrated by the 128 layers of Earth Pulse that had merged with his 8th-level Great Emperor will. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian had destroyed a few square formations, and more than 1,000 great Yuan warriors had fallen. When the 6 half-step Supreme Beings saw this, the morale of the 3 Supreme Beings on the Sunflame Dynasty side soared. So strong! Where did this person come from? He actually comprehended dual space. With him here, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty will definitely win this year's final battle. The City Lord's foresight is indeed not bad. This kid has a huge amount of power. He actually managed to lead this great battle. The eyes of one of the half-supreme being flickered. The City Lord he was thinking of was the City Lord of Blue Fire City, the white-haired old man who had met Yi Xian twice and exchanged a twin fruit for the Wind Dragon Slash. The great decisive battle was held every year, but very few people knew that there were huge benefits behind it. The Sunfire Holy Dynasty versus the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. Whoever won the final battle would be able to obtain a large amount of luck from the opponent and become stronger. Last year and the year before, the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty had won. However, this year was different. In the great decisive battle, both sides had agreed that they could only send out 20,000 Great Yuan soldiers and 3 half-step Supreme Beings. However, this time Yi Xian had appeared, so they did not know who would win in the end. However, at this moment, one of the Supreme Beings in white from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty glanced over. When he saw Yi Xian's face, his body trembled. It's this kid. This white-clothed Supreme Being was the peak Great Emperor from White Dragon Mountain. He was known as Supreme Being White Dragon. This time, he had applied to participate in the great decisive battle. If he could lead the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty to victory, he would definitely be promoted. However, now that he saw the enemy who had killed his brother, he could not sit still anymore. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Supreme Being White Dragon was furious. He abandoned his opponent and charged toward Yi Xian. What? The other 2 half-step Supreme Beings from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty and the 3 half-step Supreme Beings from the Sunfire Holy Dynasty were shocked. They did not expect Supreme Being White Dragon to suddenly charge forward. You have violated the rules! At that moment, the half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City immediately shouted. Supreme Being White Dragon, what are you doing? One of the half-step Supreme Being from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty shouted. We are not allowed to interfere. The other person also shouted. However, Supreme Being White Dragon did not even look back as he charged toward his opponent. Humph! The half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City immediately mustered up all his strength and charged forward, instantly intercepting Supreme Being White Dragon. Your Excellency, you are representing the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. You are not allowed to interfere in the battle between the empty gods. You have violated the rules. The half-step Supreme Being from Green Fire City's eyes flashed as he shouted coldly. Get out of my way. Supreme Being White Dragon stared at the figure tens of thousands of meters away and shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the four figures in the air had also stopped and approached. Supreme Being White Dragon, you have violated the rules. The gray-clothed Supreme Being from the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty said coldly. At this moment, Supreme Being White Dragon remembered that he was representing the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty. If he attacked Yi Xian, it would be equivalent to the Supreme Being battle, and the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty would lose. In this way, the Great Yuan Holy Dynasty would lose a lot of luck. At that time, he would not be able to escape death. I haven't attacked yet. Supreme Being White Dragon suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, Supreme Being White Dragon had only swept to the side. He had not attacked anyone else, so it was not a violation of the rules. All right, let's do it again. The six of them instantly started fighting again. However, the commotion over here attracted the attention of quite a few people, including Yi Xian. It's him? He has broken through to the half-step Supreme Being level. Yi Xian recognized the middle-aged man in white. He was the peak Great Emperor who had chased after him. He did not expect the middle-aged man in white to have broken through. Just now, if the half-step Supreme Being from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty had not stopped him, he would have been forced to fight with the middle-aged man. Good fellow, he has broken through. Looks like I have to be faster. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he increased his speed. This time, his goal was to break through to the 9th stage Great Emperor, and then see if he could fight against a half-step Supreme Being. As long as he broke through to the 9th stage Great Emperor, he was confident that he could fight against Supreme Being White Dragon, who had just broken through. Supreme Being White Dragon in the air kept an eye on Yi Xian as he fought, afraid that Yi Xian would run away. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian would not leave just like that. What he wanted to do was break through. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Xian was like a god of slaughter, constantly shuttling through the Great Yuan army. Everywhere he passed, there would be a large number of corpses. At the same time, Yi Xian's realm was also constantly increasing. He estimated that he would break through in another minute. His strength had fiercely shocked everyone, including the few half-step Supreme Beings. Chapter 736. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had sent out 20,000 troops for the final battle. However, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them had died at the hands of Yi Xian. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Yi Xian continued to kill at the rate of 10 people per second. Almost all of the people who came to participate in the great battle gave their wealth to others or buried it. No matter how bad it was, they still spent all of their luck, so they didn't have much wealth. Yi Xian needed to kill a large number of enemies in order to break through. Fortunately, there was no shortage of people in the final battle. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th stage Great Emperor. After Yi Xian had killed more than 3,000 people, he finally heard a notification. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Although there was only a difference of 1 stage between a 9th stage Great Emperor and an 8th stage Great Emperor, one's strength would skyrocket. He glanced at the 6 people in the air, especially the white figure. He revealed a strange expression. He sized up the situation and realized that both sides were still in a stalemate. Hence, he hesitated. A half-step supreme martial artist has sealed the Great Emperor's will in their body. They have a strong physique and can burn their true chi without any damage. Their strength is at least several times stronger than a peak supreme martial artist. I wonder if I can fight Sovereign White Dragon with my current strength. Yi Xian thought in his heart. In fact, he was not confident in his own strength. After all, this was a challenge that required him to surpass an entire stage. However, Sovereign White Dragon also had an opponent. If he joined in, he could be of help. However, there were so many enemies below. Why should he go there so early? TSK. Let's deal with the enemies below first. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After making a breakthrough, his killing speed had at least doubled. Every time he killed, his cultivation would improve a little. If he could kill all the people present, he might be able to break through to the peak supreme martial artist. I don't have any breakthrough items for now. Let's break through to the peak supreme martial artist first. Yi Xian kept an eye on the 6 half-step supreme martial artists as he killed crazily. Within a minute, Yi Xian could kill more than 1,000 people. At this moment, the morale of the Da Yuan army had plummeted, and many of them had fled. However, this did not affect Yi Xian. In terms of speed, Yi Xian had never been afraid of anyone at the same level. At this moment, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than the White Dragon Sovereign. However, just as Yi Xian was halfway through his killing spree, he suddenly discovered a unique corpse in one of the interspatial rings. A corpse that shocked him. Devourer Beast. Ding! Host has obtained 1 advancement point. Yi Xian could advance again. Previously, his Beast God bloodline had leveled up, so all his Beast God bloodline had leveled up once. Now, his agility had leveled up 4 times. However, now that he had fused with another type of Gemini bloodline, a new advancement path had appeared. The first evolution path of the Gemini bloodline was to fuse the original body with the avatar to increase one's strength. Each evolution would increase one's strength by 10%. The second option was to spend 5 advancement points to create another doppelganger. 10% strength is not bad, but my avatar is in the Eastern continent, so I can't increase it. Creating another avatar is not bad, but I still lack 4 advancement points, so I won't consider it for the time being. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and made a decision. Ding! The Beast God bloodline's agility has leveled up. Currently leveled up 5 times. When Yi Xian added the advancement points to his agility, his speed had increased by another 10%. However, this was the speed of running on the ground, not the speed of flight. Now, his speed was naturally increased by 50%. Let's fight to our heart's content. Yi Xian roared to the sky and started the massacre again. 100, 1,000, 2,000 corpses fell from the sky one after another. The battlefield of the final battle was filled with blood and countless broken limbs. This was war. When the 6 half-step supreme martial artists saw this scene, some were happy, while others were worried. The final battle was actually divided into 2 parts. One was the battle between the Empty God Realm Great Emperors, and the other was between the 6 half-step supreme martial artists. The 6 half-step supreme martial artists were representing the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, so they could not attack the others. However, the others could interfere in their battle. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed back and shouted, "Can I participate in the battle?" Not good. The half-step supreme martial artists from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were shocked. Sovereign White Dragon glanced over and saw that Yi Xian had already rushed over. Yes. The half-step supreme martial artist from the Green Fire City replied loudly. They could not participate in the low-level battle, but Yi Xian could interfere in their battle. In the sky, the judges of the 2 Great Yuan Sacred Dynasties were watching. The Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had lost the battle below. If the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty lost the battle between the half-step supreme martial artists, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty would lose a lot of luck. After getting the approval, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. He knew who his opponent was. It was Sovereign White Dragon. You chased after me that day. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian shouted and attacked Sovereign White Dragon crazily. 36 overlapping shadows. 128 layers of Earth's pulse. Although the physique of a half-step supreme martial artist was much stronger than a peak Great Emperor, Yi Xian was not only a rank 9 Great Emperor, but he also had various bloodlines. His attack speed was not any slower than a half-step supreme martial artist. Damn it! Sovereign White Dragon cursed in his heart. He had just broken through to the half-step supreme martial artist. Although his opponent was of the same level as him, he had always been at a disadvantage. Now that Yi Xian was involved, he was under a lot of pressure. When the Sovereign in Green from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty saw that Yi Xian had joined the battle, he hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, you hold him back. I will be the main attacker." Alright. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He was still aware that he was not a peak Great Emperor. Compared to the other 2, he was still slightly weaker. Therefore, he was in charge of holding them back. Gravitational space. Wind space. Rank 9 Great Emperor intent. Although half a step into the sovereign realm had sealed the will of the Great Emperor into his body, the White Dragon Sovereign had just broken through, so the will of the Great Emperor could only seal his body. Therefore, Yi Xian's dual space still had some effect on him. Under the dual space, Sovereign White Dragon's speed was reduced by 10%. Damn you! Sovereign White Dragon cursed. However, this wasn't the worst part. 8 Baron Wind Formation. Go! Yi Xian controlled 8 sharp blades to attack Sovereign White Dragon. These 8 sharp blades all contained 128 layers of Earth's pulse. Ordinary peak Great Emperors could not block them. However, the worst was Yi Xian's attack. Chapter 737. Slash after slash left behind long and bright shadows as they continuously attacked Sovereign White Dragon. Even though Sovereign White Dragon burned his true chi and was faster than Yi Xian, he was beaten even more miserably by the Cyan Robe's supremacy under Yi Xian's 3 layers of suppression. Occasionally, he would be forced to block Yi Xian's 36 overlapping shadows. Every time, his hand would go numb, as if his entire arm wasn't his anymore. Yi Xian and the Cyan Robe's supremacy chased and fought as they left the battlefield. Peak Great Emperors, where are the Peak Great Emperors? Come and help! Sovereign White Dragon roared as he ran. There were indeed Peak Great Emperors on the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's side, but after seeing Yi Xian's strength, they had already run far away. Who would dare to help? Seeing that no one came to help, Yi Xian and the Cyan Robe's supremacy looked at each other, and their fighting spirit soared. Just now, the Cyan Robe's supremacy and Sovereign White Dragon had been fighting for a few minutes, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Both of their true chi had been burned to 1/3. However, with the addition of Yi Xian, Sovereign White Dragon's true chi burned even faster. In less than a minute, his true chi would be exhausted. Sovereign White Dragon knew that he couldn't win, so he turned and ran. Chase! The Cyan Robe's supremacy wouldn't let him go. The 3 of them represented the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty in this battle. If they could kill the enemy's half-step supremacy, it would be a great contribution. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. He immediately used the dual space and chased after him. Even if a half-step supremacy could burn their true chi and fly faster, Yi Xian had the dual space to accelerate. Not only could he increase his speed, but the Cyan Robe's supremacy also benefited. Moreover, the increase was higher than when used to restrict Sovereign White Dragon. Haha, you're suddenly enlightened. You're dead meat. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The dual space could only reduce Sovereign White Dragon's speed by 10%. However, if the dual space was used to increase Sovereign White Dragon's speed by 20% or 30%. Damn it! Damn bastard! Supremacy White Dragon kept cursing. At this time, he was also thinking in his heart. He was wondering if he would die. If he would die, he would definitely drag Yi Xian with him. However, he didn't have that chance. Ding! The throbbing pulse of the world has evolved into the throbbing pulse of the world. Ding host. By the time he reacted, he couldn't help but stop. The Azure Robe Sovereign and the White Dragon Sovereign saw that something was wrong with Yi Xian, but in the next moment, they were all shocked. Disintegration profound. Yi Xian fiercely slashed out with his sword. The White Dragon Sovereign had no way to dodge and could only take the sword head-on. The 256 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth was the disintegration profound meaning. Although Yi Xian had just comprehended it, he could still fuse the disintegration profound meaning 5 times with the 36 overlapping images. Previously, he could already fuse the 128 waves of the earth for 20 times. Now, he could only fuse the 256 waves of the earth for 5 times. Although it seemed like the vibrations were reduced by half, the power was actually several times stronger. Most importantly, the disintegration profound had a disintegration effect. Kacha! Sovereign White Dragon's high-rank Void God weapon that he had nurtured for several decades suddenly shattered. In the next moment, he was sent flying backwards. A large hole had been blasted open in his chest, and blood spurted out. What? Sovereign Green Robe was shocked. Yi Xian was only a 9th-stage Great Emperor. Yet, he could injure a half-step Great Emperor with a single strike. His attack power was truly terrifying. He wasn't much weaker than Sovereign Green Robe. The disintegration profound. He actually comprehended the disintegration profound. That's the most powerful profound in attack power. Sovereign Green Robe couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, this wasn't the time to be shocked. He had to kill Sovereign White Dragon first before returning to help. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had already lost twice in this heaven prison. They couldn't afford to lose again this time. Immediately, the cyan-robed Supreme Being rushed over. No! Sovereign White Dragon roared at the sky. A half-step Great Emperor was only a half-step Great Emperor after all. He had only sealed the Great Emperor's will in his body to greatly enhance his physique. It wasn't the real sovereign golden body. At this moment, the cyan-robed supremacy approached the heavily injured White Dragon supremacy. Then, with a single slash of his sword, his head was chopped off. At the same time, Yi Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't kill Sovereign White Dragon with his own hands, he knew that his current strength was probably enough to fight a half-step Great Emperor. Although it was only a half-step Great Emperor, it was still a good sign. Sovereign White Dragon had just broken through, so there probably wasn't much in his ring. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to ask for it. "Little brother, here's your stuff." At this moment, the cyan-robed sovereign suddenly threw the White Dragon Sovereign's universe ring to Yi Xian. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. After he caught the ring, his cultivation suddenly increased by a large margin. This ring allowed him to reach the peak of the Great Emperor realm. At the same time, he also heard the system notification again. Indeed, to break through from the peak of the Great Emperor realm to the half-step Great Emperor realm, one needed something called the Supreme Elixir. He had never heard of it before. "Let's go back and help." Sovereign Green Robe quickly turned around and rushed back. Yi Xian also used the dual space to support himself and Sovereign Green Robe as they rushed back. Now, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had 4 experts, while the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty only had 2 left. This final battle was more or less decided. In fact, one could admit defeat in the final battle. However, only one person from each side was qualified to represent the Sacred Dynasty. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's representative was the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative, while the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative was an old man with white eyebrows. Forget it. We, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, admit defeat in this final battle of the 10th Heaven's Prison. The old man with white eyebrows had only sealed 10% of the Great Emperor's willpower. The same was true for the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative. They had no advantage in terms of cultivation realm and were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose. If they continued to fight, they might even die. Hearing this, the half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representative nodded and cupped his fist. "Thank you for letting me win." The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty had already lost 2 consecutive battles in the 10th Heaven's Prison. Today, they had finally won back some face. However, at this moment, 2 men in gorgeous clothes suddenly descended from the sky. The few half-step Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's representatives recognized them. One of them was an official from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, while the other was an official from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. In this final battle, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty has won both sides. "I hope you can deliver the vital energy on time." The official from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty cupped his fist and said. Chapter 738. "Don't worry, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty won't go back on our word," said the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's official coldly. The official from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty shouted coldly. He didn't look very happy. After all, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had won twice in a row. He didn't expect that this time, they would be disturbed by a young man. Immediately after, he left. The battle was over. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's official was very satisfied. He looked at the 4 people below and said, "Very good. Even I didn't expect that both sides would win this battle. The 3 of you will be given first-class merit." After he finished speaking, the official's gaze fell onto Yi Xian as he said, "You're not bad as well. I'll bestow you a Baron's order here." Before he could finish speaking, a golden light flashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously caught it and saw that it was a golden command medallion. "A Baron badge? What's that?" Yi Xian hadn't recovered yet. The Cyan Fire City's Quasi-Supreme explained, "With this Baron badge, you can go to the Imperial capital and become a Baron. Although it's only a Baron, as long as you keep making contributions, you'll be promoted." At this moment, Yi Xian thought of a word. An official and a noble. Our 10th Heaven's prison is the worst of all the heavenly prisons. However, the 3 tycoons of our heavenly prison are all viscounts, said the cyan-robed sovereign. The 3 tycoons of the heavenly prison were Qinghua and the other 2. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there wasn't only one heavenly prison. The one he was in was the worst one. "Congratulations, little brother." The 3 Quasi-Supremes thanked him. If it hadn't been for Yi Xian, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Yi Xian put away the Baron badge in his hand and cupped his fists. "Seniors, may I ask what a Supreme Pill is?" The 3 didn't know why Yi Xian would ask such a question in such a situation. They glanced at each other and the cyan-robed sovereign answered, "A Supreme Pill is something that Quasi-Supremes need. If you have a Supreme Pill, the success rate of sealing your body with Great Emperor intent will increase greatly." "I see." Yi Xian nodded. He had more or less guessed it. However, after killing so many people and leading this great battle, he didn't get a single Supreme Pill. "Little brother, if you go to the Imperial capital to be conferred the title of Baron, you will receive 1 Supreme Pill every year. As long as you have 1 Supreme Pill, you will definitely be able to break through to the half-step Supreme Realm within a year." The half-step Supreme Realm expert from Cyan Fire City said. "Only 1? Yi Xian was filled with disdain. He could only receive 1 baronet every year. How stingy. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Seniors, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he left. The half-supremes of Blue Fire City looked at his back and praised him in their hearts. They were all half-step supremes, but compared to Yi Xian, they were too weak. After all, when they were in their early 20s, they were only Void God Realm Great Emperors. The great battle had ended, so there was no need for Yi Xian to continue staying here. He hurriedly went to Blue Fire City and exchanged all of his providence. At the same time, he exchanged for a release order. A day later, he left the 10th Heaven prison. "My original body has broken through to the peak Great Emperor realm, but without merging, my clone's realm and ultimacy will not be updated. I should return to the Eastern continent first." Yi Xian thought to himself. Although the Supreme Pill was very important, and it was the key to breaking through to the half-step Supreme Realm, he still remembered Hermit Shen Zhongshan's kindness. Now that he had comprehended the disintegration ultimacy, he could help Hermit Shen Zhongshan. Master is unfathomable. He actually needs the disintegration ultimacy. I'm afraid his strength is not as simple as an ordinary Great Emperor realm. He might be a half-step Supreme Realm expert. Now, Yi Xian began to doubt Hermit Shen Zhongshan's strength. If Hermit Shen Zhongshan was really a half-step Supreme Realm expert, he might also have a Supreme Pill. At that time, he would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, before he went to the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian returned to the Eastern continent first. When he passed through the Death Desert and the Great Wilderness and returned to the Sword God Palace in the Eastern continent, Yichong, Jiang Xinyan, and Duanmu Yun had already refined the Great Emperor's will and became rank 8 Great Emperors. Coincidentally, Yi Xian's original body had also returned to the Sword God Palace. When Yichong and the other 2 saw Yi Xian's original body, they were almost scared to death. Yichong and Jiang Xinyan wondered if they had remembered wrongly. Yi Xian wasn't just one person, but a pair of twins? When Yi Xian's original body saw the strange expressions of the 3, he stood together with his clone and explained, "Father, Mother, this is also me. This is my clone. A puppet. Puppet. Xianer, don't lie to me. How can a puppet have a body of flesh and blood? How can it be exactly the same as you?" Yichong asked in horror. Jiang Xinyan and Duanmu Yun nodded. Yi Xian didn't want to explain anymore and merged with his clone. In the next moment, his clone's cultivation level soared to peak Great Emperor, and even the collapse profound was at the same level. When they saw that there was only one Yi Xian left after the 2 of them merged, the 3 of them started to believe it. "Father, Mother, just treat me as a twin. I'm going to the chaotic astral ocean to bring your 2 daughters-in-law back, Yi Xian said. In fact, Yi Chong already knew that Yi Xian had a fiancée, but he hadn't seen them before. Now that Yi Xian reminded him, there was actually another one. 2 Yi Xian, 2 daughters-in-law. Of course, this was easier to accept than 2 Yi Xian and 1 daughter-in-law. Okay. Hurry up and bring them back. Jiang Xinyan didn't care so much anymore. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left. However, before that, he still left behind 3 ghost lanterns. All of them contained the will of the great emperor of the Ninth Order. As for his original body and clone, they had already merged and headed to the chaotic astral ocean. In less than half a day, he arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, then used his clone to pick up Song Suijing and the others. He also made a trip to the Skywater continent to pick up Lin Wanyue and the others. As for his original body, he went to the Mystic Mountain. His current strength was very strong, so it was better for his original body and clone to separate to avoid dying in one go. Very soon, his original body arrived at the Mystic Mountain. The Mystic Mountain was still the same as before. Many pirates came to comprehend the gravity profound. Yi Xian was filled with emotions. He directly flew above these people's heads slowly. Occasionally, he still had to show off to satisfy his vanity. Damn! The Mystic Mountain is so heavy. I even have a hard time walking. But that person is flying in the sky. It's said that once one comprehends the gravity profound, they won't be affected by the gravity of the Mystic Mountain. He must have comprehended the gravity profound. Chapter 739. The group of people below were discussing softly. As for Yi Xian, he flew into the mysterious mountain range under their strange gazes. Who's there? Yi Xian had just entered Mt Xian when he heard a shout. Yi Xian recognized the voice. It was He Yan's voice. His heart skipped a beat. As he was a peak great emperor, he had concealed his aura. However, He Yan still managed to discover him. He Yan was indeed not a peak empty god realm king and probably not an empty god realm great emperor. Half-step to sovereign. This was Yi Xian's guess. Senior brother it's me. I'm back. Yi Xian replied. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure flying over. It was He Yan. Junior brother Yi? He Yan was a little shocked. He had been waiting in Mt Xian when he suddenly felt an aura. Hence, he flew out. He did not expect it to be Yi Xian. Senior brother I knew you weren't an ordinary person, Yi Xian said jokingly. He Yan smiled and said, Junior brother Yi, you're not an ordinary person either. You've broken through to peak great emperor in such a short time. You're back today. Could it be? That's right. I've comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. I'm back to repay master's kindness. Yi Xian nodded. What? He Yan was shocked when he heard it. Yi Xian had indeed comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. When Yi Xian left Mt Xian Zhongshan Island, Mt Xian Zhongshan had taken in a few more disciples. These disciples had good aptitudes. The earlier one comprehended the ultimacy, the better. The later it was, the harder it would be to comprehend it. If one could receive guidance when one was in the empty god realm, it would be easier for one to comprehend the ultimacy. However, it seemed that there was no need for that now. Come, junior brother Yi. Give me a slash. He Yan said excitedly. Senior brother this. Yi Xian was shocked. Looking at He Yan's posture, it seemed like He Yan wanted to receive his disintegration ultimacy. One had to know that even Sovereign White Dragon could not receive his current attack. However, he reacted in the next moment. He Yan was just testing. He Yan did not necessarily need to use 36 overlapping shadows. Senior brother, be careful. Yi Xian didn't use any martial arts as he slashed out an extremely ordinary sword chi towards He Yan. This sword chi was extremely slow. He Yan directly punched out. In an instant, waves of chi surged. Bang, 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 bang. The two forces collided, instantly shook Yi Xian's attack. Junior brother Yi. With me. Calm. Junior brother Yi Xian shadow. Calm. 128. 128. Was. Yi Xian also understood that this was what Mountain Master Shen Zhong wanted. At that moment, he immediately followed after him. He Yen brought Yi Xian to the bamboo forest and shouted, "Master, junior brother Yi is back." Before he could finish, the door to the wooden house opened and Hermit Shen Zhongshan walked out. "Yi Xian, you really comprehended the disintegration ultimacy?" Hermit Shen Zhongshan asked in shock. Although there was a silent array formation in the bamboo forest, he still heard the movement just now. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master, I have comprehended it." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. "Good, good, good." Hermit Shen Zhongshan said, "Good" 3 times in a row. He was even more excited than He Yen. However, to be on the safe side, he still tried it himself. After 256 muffled sounds, Hermit Shen Zhongshan laughed loudly. "It is indeed the disintegration ultimacy. Yi Xian, you really did it. I am very gratified." "Master, how can I help?" Yi Xian asked. "I want you to use the disintegration ultimacy to destroy a door." Hermit Shen Zhongshan flew up and said, "There is no time to lose. We will leave immediately. If we succeed, I will give you 100 supreme pills." "Okay." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In fact, he did not need 100 supreme pills. He only needed one to break through to the half-step supreme realm. Of course, he could directly devour the remaining 99 pills to raise his cultivation. Hermit Shen Zhongshan immediately led Yi Xian and He Yen away from Shen Zhongshan Island. Yi Xian followed behind him and asked, "Master, where are we going?" "To the eastern continent, the desert of death." Hermit Shen Zhongshan explained. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. He had just come from the desert of death. He did not expect that the door that even Hermit Shen Zhongshan, a half-step supreme, could not break was in the desert of death. Yi Xian did not ask further and continued to follow. Soon, they entered the desert of death from the chaotic astral ocean. Then, under Hermit Shen Zhongshan's lead, they entered the desert of death. The Death Desert was a dangerous place for low-level empty god realm emperors. However, among the 3 of them, Yi Xian, who was the weakest, was a peak great emperor. How could there be a problem? They used their great emperor willpower to push the quicksand away and continued to dive. After a while, they came to a mysterious place. There was an array here that prevented the quicksand from seeping in. Yi Xian looked around and asked in shock, "Master, where is this?" He Yen replied, "This is an ancient relic. It is the tomb of a general of a sacred dynasty that was overthrown by the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty." "General's tomb?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He also knew that this general was different from the one in the 10th Heaven Prison. The general in the Heaven Prison was at most a rank 8 great emperor. However, the thing in the general's tomb was something that even a half-step supreme would want. At this moment, Hermit Shen Zhongshan led the 2 of them deeper and finally saw a simple bronze door. On the door, there were 2 people wearing armor and holding long swords. They looked mighty and extraordinary. On the other side of the door, there were 4 holes that seemed to be keyholes. "This is the door. Even I can't move this door. Yi Xian, try and see if you can break it with your disintegration profound," Hermit Shen Zhongshan said as he pointed at the door. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. Then he took out the 8 desolate sword and slashed at the door. Boom! 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 The slashes hit the door and the defensive array on it. In an instant, it shook more than 200 times. Yi Xian's attack could even injure Supremacy White Dragon. However, it had no effect on the door. No effect. Yi Xian, try again. Hermit Shen Zhongshan refused to give up. Yi Xian attacked again without hesitation. 36 overlapping shadows. 256 layered earth pulse. Chapter 740. As time passed, Yi Xian became more and more proficient. He could fuse 7, 8, 9, and even 10 times of the 36 overlapping images. However, he still couldn't break the array guarding the door. "Sigh, forget it. I heard that this general of the ancient sacred dynasty likes arrays and mechanisms. It's within my expectations that he can't break it." Shen Zhongshan sighed helplessly. "Master, it seems that we can only wait for the 4 keys to open it, right?" He Yen asked. Xian Zhongshan nodded. The 4 keys are in the 4 families of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, one of the keys was lost a long time ago, so it can't be opened. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. Lost? Could it be 1,000 years ago? You know? That's right. The last key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. Xian Zhongshan nodded and looked at Yi Xian. Speaking of which, the Wind Thunder Great Emperor is also a senior of the Sword God Palace. You should know, right? Yi Xian was stunned. He remembered that he didn't tell Xian Zhongshan about this. However, it was strange that Xian Zhongshan knew that he was from the Sword God Palace. Don't be surprised. I'm good friends with the Tai Sword God. Xian Zhongshan answered. This answer shocked Yi Xian. Xian Zhongshan was good friends with the Tai Sword God? What a coincidence. Yi Xian was Xian Zhongshan's disciple in name. He later joined the Tai Palace and could be considered a disciple of the Tai Sword God. He didn't expect the 2 masters to be good friends. It was no wonder that Xian Zhongshan knew that he had joined the Sword God Palace. Since you can't open it, forget it. Xian Zhongshan sighed again and took out a small pouch from his interspatial ring. He threw it to Yi Xian. Although you can't open it, you should need supreme pills now. There are 10 supreme pills here. Take them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This master wasn't bad. Although he didn't help, he still benefited. 1 supreme pill was enough for him to break through. 10 supreme pills were enough for him to improve his cultivation. Junior brother, with these 10 supreme pills, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the half-step supreme realm in a month, He Yan said with a smile. A month? Yi Xian sneered. As long as he wanted to, he could break through on the spot. However, he still held back and did not break through for the time being. When Sovereign White Dragon was still a peak Great Emperor, he had already failed to break through several times. It took him a full year to break through to half-step supreme. If he had a supreme pill at that time, the time would have been shortened to 2 or 3 months. However, cultivation aptitude was nothing to Yi Xian. With the devouring system, he didn't need to cultivate normally. If he had been born as the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's crown prince, he might have been a supremacy by now. Humans were born unequal. Time was unfair to begin with. Then, Xian Zhongshan brought Yi Xian and He Yan out of the general's tomb. However, when they arrived on land, they suddenly felt waves of powerful auras. There's an expert. Hermit Xian Zhong growled as his expression immediately turned solemn. He turned his head and discovered a few people flying towards them at high speed. They were at least half-step Supreme Sovereigns. Only half-step Supreme Sovereigns could make Zhongshan Xian Yi so cautious. However, when Mountain Man Xian Zhong saw the appearance of the person who had come, his serious expression immediately relaxed. He knew the person who had come. Not only did he know them, but so did Yi Xian. Qinghua, why are you here? Zhongshan Xian Yi asked in surprise. Qinghua, this name was widely spread in the 10th Heaven prison because he was one of the 3 overlords there. Yi Xian had heard of him before. However, what shocked Yi Xian even more was that he actually recognized the old man in the lead. This old man was the one who had used a twin life fruit to exchange for his wind dragon slash. He was one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison, the master of Green Fire City. Zhongshan Xian, why are you here? Qinghua was surprised. He turned to Yi Xian and said, Little brother, we meet again. It was normal to see Zhongshan Xian Yi here, but it was strange to see Yi Xian. You know each other? Zhongshan Xian Yi was surprised. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian greeted him. At this moment, Yi Xian had already sorted out his thoughts. It was no wonder that a peak Great Emperor could only be a subordinate. The white-haired old man was the master of Green Fire City, one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison. Haha, I understand now. Zhongshan Xian, you want to try the disintegration ultimacy to see if it can open the gate of the general's tomb? Qinghua understood immediately. That's right. Unfortunately, even the disintegration ultimacy can't open the gate of General Wolffang's formation. Zhongshan Xian Yi nodded. Qinghua smiled and said, It doesn't matter. The 4th key has appeared. What? Is that true? Zhongshan Xian Yi was shocked. That's right. It's all thanks to this little brother. Qing Hua smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Yi Xian. Then he explained the whole sequence of events to her. Zhongshan Xianyi felt that he had done something unnecessary. The fourth key had been hidden in the wind dragon slash. Yi Xian had known about this secret long ago. Otherwise, Qing Hua wouldn't have let him go. He would have asked for the Thunder Rush Sword. However, he didn't need the Thunder Rush Sword now. Now that the fourth key has appeared, when are we going to inform the other three clans? Zhongshan Xianyi asked. I've already informed them. They know about it and will come soon to open the general's tomb with me. Qing Hua nodded. Do you still remember our agreement? Zhongshan Xianyi asked again. Qing Hua smiled and said, Of course not. The three clans are powerful. We have to work together. This time I came early to inform the two of you. Good. Since that's the case, I'll make an extra trip and call Tai over. Zhongshan Xianyi said. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the name Tai. Master. Tai? Could it be Sword God Tai? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. That's right. I told you before that Tai and I are good friends. The three of us once roamed the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty together. Zhongshan Xianyi nodded and said, It seems that you don't know that Tai is a half-step supreme. Not to mention you, even his son probably doesn't know. That guy is still the same as before. Indeed, Yi Xian didn't expect Tai Palace's Sword God Tai to be a half-step supreme. He didn't even tell his son Wushang. He was too low-key. Chapter 741. As long as Tai is here, we won't lose to any of the three major clans. This time I will personally make the trip. After Mountain Master Xianzhong finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yi Xian. You can be considered to have made a great contribution to finding the fourth key this time. If you can break through to half-step sovereign before the three great families arrive, you can enter as well. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly break through to half-step Supreme Master. What was so difficult about that? To be honest, he was very curious about the General's tomb. After all, there would definitely be fortuitous encounters inside. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous it was, the more fortuitous encounters there would be. Anyway, he still had a clone in the Eastern continent. If his original body died, his clone would be his original body. That's right. The three major clans will definitely not bring fewer people than us. It doesn't matter if there are a few more. Qing Hua nodded. Immediately, Mountain Master Zhongshan left for the Sword God Palace. In fact, Yi Xian's clone was also leading people to the Sword God Palace. However, due to some reason, he did not return to the Sword God Palace for the time being. He was afraid of bumping into Mountain Master Zhongshan. Now that the wilderness was accessible, Mountain Master Zhongshan quickly arrived at the Sword God Palace and told his old friend, Tai Sword God, about the matter. Tai Sword God had been in seclusion for many years. This time, he finally came out of seclusion and followed Mountain Master Zhongshan. At the same time, Yi Xian also found a quiet place to put on a show. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level of the Great Emperor's will seal is 5%. The realm had finally broken through again. Yi Xian consumed a supreme elixir and reached half-step Supreme Master. He could clearly feel that his physique had undergone a tremendous change. His strength was at least 5 times stronger than when he was a peak Great Emperor. If the White Dragon Sovereign was still alive, he would have been able to kill him in an instant with that strike. The Great Emperors will seal the body and greatly increase the physique. Compared to this, the ultimacy is really child's play. Yi Xian thought to himself. After breaking through, those ultimacies were actually not very useful. Only a few of them were still useful, such as dual space, collapse ultimacy, wind acceleration, earth shrink, and so on. All in all, he was much stronger than a half-supreme being of the same level. A few days later, Mountain Master Xianzhong also returned with a white-haired elder. This person was the Palace Master of Tai Palace, Tai Sword God. Tai, long time no see. Qing Hua also hurriedly greeted him. I didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Yi Xian sighed when Sword God Tai arrived. Then he looked at Yi Xian. When he sensed Yi Xian's aura, he was also shocked. Half-step supremacy. He is indeed a genius. Hermit Xianzhong's eyes lit up. He had only been gone for a few days, but Yi Xian had already broken through from peak Great Emperor to half-step Supreme. This speed was enough to shock everyone. Even though he had given Yi Xian 10 Supreme Sovereign Elixirs, even an ordinary peak Great Emperor wouldn't be able to refine them as quickly as Yi Xian. Normally, it would take several months for them to refine one Supreme Sovereign Elixir. However, no one knew how many Supreme Sovereign Elixirs Yi Xian had consumed to break through to half-step Supreme. However, it didn't matter because there were more important matters at hand. If he is given another 1 or 2 years, he will definitely surpass us, Sword God Tai commented. This evaluation was already very high. However, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He felt that it wouldn't take that long. The 5 of us are at the same level. If we join forces, we can be compared to one of the 3 major families. Qinghua suddenly frowned and said, however, our 4th key originally belonged to the Yang family. Back then, their key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. As a result, the exploration of the ruins was pushed back 1,000 years. Are you afraid that the Li family also knows about this? Mountain Master Xianzhong asked. That's right. If the Li family also knows, then we will become one of the 5 major powers. Qinghua nodded and said, I don't think so. The 3 major families aren't that stupid. What good will it do them to have another major power? A middle-aged man behind Qinghua said. He was Qiu Yuanjie, another big shot in the 10th Heavenly Prison. That's not necessarily true. The Yang family has a good relationship with the Li family. Perhaps they will inform the Li family, Qinghua said. His name was Hong Wenming, and he was also one of the 3 big shots in the 10th Heavenly Prison. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. After all, we are outsiders. However, the 4th key is with us. Moreover, the 3 of us have official titles. They can't do anything to us. Qinghua nodded. Hermit Xianzhong added, although we don't know which general this tomb belongs to, there should be a quasi-supreme divine weapon and quasi-supreme martial arts inside. When the time comes, if we fight, they won't care whether you have an official title or not. If that's the case, then we can only split up and not team up with them. Otherwise, we may be attacked by a group, Sword God Tai said. Everyone nodded silently. Next, they waited for 2 days. After 2 days, they saw a large group of people rushing over. Damn it! It's really the 4 major families. Qinghua cursed in a low voice. The group that came was the 4 major families that had the 4 keys 1,000 years ago. They were the Tuoba family, Shangguan family, Li family, and Yang family. Qinghua, you guys are early. A middle-aged man was the first to land. Tuoba family head. Why is the Li family? Qinghua asked in a low voice.